On today's show, I'm going to be talking with Dan Kinem. You know him as one of the masterminds behind the very popular and influential documentary Adjust Your Tracking, which kind of kicked off this whole craze of collecting not just old VHS horror, but just VHS tapes in general. But he is also one of the masterminds behind the very just obscenely titled website VHShitfest, which he does with Tim May. And he also got a start with a zine called Tape Mold Zine. Today, I'm going to pick his brain and share his expertise with you. And that expertise is, in this day and age, is it still possible to find these hidden gems out there in thrift stores and the one or two remaining mom and pop video stores? How can someone in 2020 going into 2021 still collect these VHS gems? So the show, Dan.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited.
Okay, I've set the bar really high now. So for the rest of our talk here, you have to tell us something that, we can't just find Googling. I'm expecting some real insider tips here.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, let's do just a quick history in reverse chronological order. So when did you start Tape Mold Zine, and what was that?
That was a zine I started, I think it was 2011, and it was basically the reason I got into collecting is finding obscure and interesting movies, but I've always been into special features on like DVDs and behind the scenes stories and stuff like that. So I was like, I should do a zine because I'm meeting all these different filmmakers, and like the stories behind the movies that they made are often more interesting than the movies. So I wanted to do, different stuff than I was doing with the website, and like different things than just reviewing the movies. I wanted to find the actors and directors and stuff that made the movies. So I started doing that, and it was super fun. It was a ton of work because I was the only person like doing any of the articles, but there was so much good stuff. I would branch out. There was like a tape of a guy that was like a master pumpkin carver, and like I tracked his family down and like found out all this like information about him, and that's like something that no one else probably would have done, but like to me at least, I feel like if I'm interested in reading something like that, then there has to be at least a few other people. And I've filled it with different information about video stores and video companies and all this stuff. So it's kind of like just a passion project I had that I should start back up eventually. I think I did 3 issues of it, or maybe 4. No, 3.
Well, the danger of trying to track down a low budget video producer is, well, when they get the call, they probably think you're like a bill collector or something.
Oh yeah, and I hate talking on the phone too, so maybe I'm showing like my age of not liking calling people. But
do they ever go like, where did you get my number? How do you know who I am?
So often, or like I'll have to, like, there's certain times where I'll find somebody on Facebook, but I know they won't get the message because they're like their account's super private and like they won't accept my friend request. So like I'll find somebody else that like has their last name in the same city that has a more public account, and then I'm like, are you related to this guy? Like, do you have his phone number? Blah blah blah. Like, so I get kind of like basically borderline or just straight up stalkerish, like when I'm really digging, especially when somebody like tells me I can't find something. Like if they have some super rare movie and they're like, yeah, I won't sell it, and like you'll never find it, and like it's impossible, like that fuels me to like have to find it. Like I'll ultra focus in on tracking these people down or trying to find a copy of it.
Well, when Facebook fails, the next best is LinkedIn. And what you find is, some guy who 20 years ago made some backyard gore fest that would just, repulse his current boss. But the whole thing with like LinkedIn, I think there's that certain, politeness that, you have to kind of acknowledge everyone. So I think LinkedIn would be a really good place to corner them, because at first they might think you're a vendor for their company, and the the VHS Goremeister is probably now like, I don't know, head chef at a hotel restaurant, or or they've gone on to become like a paralegal. I think that's half the fun, is when someone pops up on LinkedIn that you're looking for and you go, oh my God, could this really be the same person? Do they actually, go back to veterinarian school? Is this really them?
Yeah, I'll like match up their age. I'm like, okay, so the movie supposedly came out in '87, and like I'll be like, well, how old would they have been when making that movie? Like I'll be like, okay, I guess it's the same person. Even sometimes they'll be like a long, long list of like everything they've done, and like one they'll actually mention the movie that they made. It'll be like all this normal stuff, and then like 87 to 88, like directed like this movie. It's like you really wanted to put that like with all this other stuff, but like
or
sometimes
they
people
use a
just want to pad it.
euphemism, 87 to 88, media studies.
hmm yeah, that's yeah, exactly.
When
That's
they should be
hilarious.
saying, made kick-ass splatter film in my backyard.
Exactly. Yeah, there's certain people you'll run into that are like proud that they made it, and then certain people that like don't want anyone to know they made it. So it's funny.
Well, we live in a very IMDb age, and what's really weird is when someone's so obscure they're not even on that. That's when you
Oh,
have to be a real detective.
that's the best. Like that's truly the best of the best when it comes to VHS. It's like when I get a movie that has no internet like presence at all, like no mentions online, like it basically like the movie doesn't even exist. And those are like the holy grails for me. I have a ton of them, but like I'm always looking for more. Like when I can find something truly no one like has ever mentioned online or reviewed, no IMDb, no nothing.
So for Tape Mold Zine, was that strictly online, or did you actually publish a real paper zine?
Oh, I published it, and I was in college at the time. And the funny thing is, like, for one, like when I first got there, the students would get free printing. Like you could print any number of pages that you wanted for free. And like I would, but there was like only designated rooms you could do it. I would make so many people angry because I would print it all there, and it'd be like 1,000 pages, and everyone is
Oh
trying to like
God.
print their like homework and stuff, and like the printer's like taking up forever. Not even joking, the next year you could only print 20 pages for free, and then like each page after that was like charged to your account like a certain like 5 cents or like 2 cents or something. So they probably like were realizing that people were like taking advantage of their free printing thing, but like
Oh, I can
it
only
was the only way I
imagine
could.
the meeting. We've got to stop this Dan. He's treating this like his own personal publishing company.
Oh, that probably there was so many times where I'd have to get like the tech people to like put more ink in the like printer
Oh,
or
the
like
ink
refill the.
situation. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
is
But
like so well originally when I started it I was charging so little per like issue that if I couldn't print it for free then I basically would be like losing money, like just doing it for basically like a loss. So that was good. And then when they ended up stopping that I had to go to like the actual print place on campus, and then I had to bump the like price of the zine up, and like by the end the price got like so high like I didn't really, that's kind of why I like ended up only doing 3 issues. It's like I don't really want to charge like $9 per like issue of this. That seems like too much to me, but like that's truly like there was so many pages in color with like a thick you know cover in color too, and
Mhm.
like so it
Like,
got
how
to the
many
point where it was
pages
costing so
would
much.
this be?
I think the last one was like 50 pages, but it
Oh,
wasn't
wow.
like it was, or was it 50? Yeah, it was like around there, but it was like
Well,
a
maybe
smaller.
48. It would probably have to be like divisible by
Oh yeah, yeah, true.
4.
Yeah,
But then you've got the cover. Well,
yeah,
did
the
you get
cover
this
too.
distributed on any newsstands?
Well, like I ended up basically it would sell out. Like I would do like a certain number, and like they would sell out like pre-order. So like I should have done a bigger print run, but Yale, like the school, the library, they have like certain libraries reached out to me to like have the copies in their library. So like there's still different libraries at different colleges that you can get stuff that I've released, which is pretty cool.
Very cool. So, but were the bulk of these sold through mail order?
Yeah, I'll mail order. And I'm actually like in talks right now with like doing a book version, like taking all the issues and like putting them into book form and doing like a fourth issue, like because I had a bunch of ideas and like some articles written and stuff, but like it just kind of never happened. So I had like half of a fourth issue done, and then I have a bunch of ideas in my head. So eventually that will happen.
Cool.
A nice version of it since it's all sold out.
And you have a whole, 10 years later perspective on it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna update. There's so many times where I like at the time certain companies or certain movies like only a set amount of like information was known, and I was kind of just researching it myself because there's nothing online about it. Nobody really cared, and since then I've learned more, so I can do like little updated versions or like found different like releases or stuff like that.
So, your articles, were they like movie reviews? Were they interviews with the filmmakers? I mean, what was the bulk of your content?
Oh, it was all over the like it was I would I would kind of each issue would focus on like a movie that I loved that was super obscure, and then I would like find as many people involved in that movie. So there was three issues. One was Haunted Ween. That's like a slasher movie that takes place on Halloween. That's amazing. And I like tracked down like two of the actors, the director, and like somebody who did the effects, and I interviewed all of them.
Wow.
And then like the next issue was a movie called Blood Frenzy, and that I really love that movie. That's something that will never ever come out on DVD too. Like I think like the rights, there's some crazy thing about the rights. But I got a bunch of people tracked down for that. And then the last one was a movie called Southern Shockers, and that's like one of the things I'm most proud of because it was a movie that was made in America that never came out here. It only came out randomly. It came out in Spain, and I like found this like release that was put out in Spain. I've tracked down like the director and a ton of people involved in the movie, and they had never even seen it, like never seen clips from it. Like it was
Wow.
so obscure, and I was able to do like a big portion of that issue all about that movie, and that was a lot of people's first time ever hearing about it or ever seeing pictures from it. So and it's like an anthology movie that's amazing, and like there's basically no I had to watch it in Spanish too, like they dubbed over it, so it's like in English, all English actors, but like there's no English language version out there. Like the director is like, yeah, that movie's basically gone besides what you have. So that was cool. And then
You know,
besides that, I would do like an article that was like a weird special interest thing. Like I mentioned, it was just kind of whatever I thought was like interesting to research. And the one issue was about the pumpkin carving guy that put out his own VHS on how to like masterfully carve pumpkins for Halloween. And then the next issue was about this like actress that like did adult movies, and she like weighed like 500 pounds. She was like popular in the 80s, and I found out about her because this company I collect, Tapeworm, I was doing
mhm.
like an article on them, and they put out these two weird wrestling movies. And like they're super rare, like insanely rare. And she was the star of both of them. She would just like wrestle like guys and like crush them basically. And I like found her like the craziest thing. She was like moved to the UK. She was like had this weird like cult following of people, but like her story was like insane. And I did a whole like retrospective on her whole like career and everything.
Oh my
And the crazy
goodness.
thing is I like interviewed her, and like 2 weeks later she passed away too. So it's
Oh
like the
no.
last interview she ever did. And like I was really happy to basically like tell a story that never got told anywhere else, and like shed some light on like a super interesting like person that had like a very unique and weird career in the 80s, like on these weird VHS basically.
Wow, so you were really driven with this. So, like
hmm
with these interviews, were they mostly email or did you talk to these people on the phone?
Well, I mentioned before I don't love talking on the phone to like people. So like interviews through email was preferred. A lot of like Facebook Messenger when like so that we could go back and forth too. If they were on Facebook, that'd be good. But I did do some phone interviews and I would just record that and then like once I was ready, then I would, type it all up. So
Don't you hate transcribing audio?
oh, that's the worst thing.
The
Like
worst.
it takes so long and just like I
Tedious.
yeah, very.
Well, here's my take on this. Because an equally obscure, low budget filmmaker, I would just think these people you track down, who people don't realize, even in the moderate budget world, you work hard, you put this movie out, and then it's instantly forgotten. There's no one knocking down your door to interview you.
Mm-hmm.
And these people who probably thought, were totally forgotten, weren't they just thrilled that someone like you tracked them down and showed all this interest in their work?
Oh yeah, that's kind of why I love it too. It's like I can show how passionate I am and how much I like actually love like what they did and like it gets them excited and like happy and like also brings up like some amazing stories too while doing the interviews. Like people haven't thought about making the movie in like decades, but then once they get talking about it, it's like, they remember all those good times and like crazy stuff that happened to them back in the 80s and 90s, like making low budget movies. So it's fun.
I think the thing I have to keep reminding myself, you get kind of locked into this mindset. Like I remember back in the day, the zines and magazines for low budget indie film, and you see these fresh faced guys in their 20s making these crazy movies. And I have to remind myself that these guys are probably like in their 50s or 60s now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And normally they have like families and normal lives, and like I said, haven't thought about it in so long. So it's like kind of cool when I can find them like and see what they're up to, and like when I find
Mm-hmm.
actors too, it's like the one guy who worked on Haunted Ween. He's like actually kind of popular in like Seattle now, doing like sports news broadcasting. Like he was
Oh,
blown away that
what's
I
his name?
what is his name? I know his first name's Brian. Well, Brian something. It'd be on IMDb though. That movie's on there. So if
Okay.
anyone wants to, Brian something. It's been so long since I like talked to him, but he's like super cool. He looks exactly the same as he did in the movie too. Like just like kind of looks like just the football like quarterback. Like he was nice though, and like loved that. Like I cared about this movie that like he said he never did a single interview about it like ever, not even one like they first made it. So he was happy.
Well, it's interesting when you talked about the woman who wrestled and then passed away. I think that's
Mm-hmm.
another thing people take for granted. You just think, these people are going to be out there forever, but they won't. I mean, I've even discovered that, and it hasn't been as much as, movie people, but I've interviewed, a fair share of musicians, and my little niche was late 70s disco.
Oh, nice.
And it's kind of like, oh, the peak of that was over 40 years ago. And you think, well, what if some of these people were 40 when they were putting out those records? They would be like 80 now. And
Mm-hmm.
even that, I had to kind of say, hey, some of this stuff is becoming older. And what's kind of sad, these people are dying, from, the classic disco era. Those people, I'm kind of suddenly realizing, there's just a few of them left, from, back in that golden era. But I'm thinking, mid 80s, late 80s, when a lot of these shot on videos started, that's not too far behind that.
Oh yeah.
And and I think,
Yeah.
when do you think like the first shot on video films were really out there getting distributed? I know that didn't like David Dakota shoot his first film in the mid 80s that was, shot on video and got released?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like pretty much the like main year of like I would say mid 80s is when like it became super popular, but there's like some before that. Like Boarding House is early 80s, and
Mm-hmm.
Copperhead is another like a Killer Snake movie that's before it. And also there's some like TV stuff, like UK shot some random things here and there that were like shot on video, but I'd say the bulk of it, like it became super popular, and like a bunch of people grabbed a video camera and started making movies 85, 86, and like 87.
I mean, that's, 35 years ago. And if you were 30 when you did that, you'd be 65 now. You'd be
Mm-hmm.
middle to late age, not even middle age. You'd be quickly approaching old age. So do you feel like an urgency that if you want to kickstart this again and get this going, some of these people may not be around?
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that like I was happiest to do was this release. It was like I live in Erie, Pennsylvania, and like I'm huge into finding like local movies that were made here that like I don't know about, and like I know there has to be like a ton. If I was a kid making movies in my backyard, like there had to be a ton of people doing that throughout the 80s, 90s. So I always want to find stuff like that. And I found a guy who made a movie called Lazarus the Legend. And it was a feature length movie, and it never came out on VHS. It was only aired on TV back in the day. And it's like a kung fu movie, like a sci fi movie. It has all these elements. And I found out, like, once I found out all the information and everything, he had actually been killed by a drunk driver like 5 years earlier. Um,
Oh dear.
and so like stuff like that happens all the time, but I was happy I was able to talk to like his whole family, and we did like a retrospective release and like did all these interviews, and they were like super emotional like talking about him because he had basically dedicated his whole life to making all these movies. Like he did a ton of short films, and Lazarus Legend was like his feature, his like baby basically, so they were happy that I was cared like about it. But even like something, I'm releasing a movie soon, and like the guy that it directed it, his like health, he was like just messaged me, he's like, yeah, I'm not like very healthy right now, like who knows what's gonna happen pretty much. So like it really is like anything can happen, and I don't want to like lose the chance to document all these things, because I think it's important and interesting, and nothing I like more than like hearing somebody tell their story about making movies and like their life and how they got involved in like it and the initial ideas. Like it's all like stuff that I feel like should be documented, and I'm happy that I can be a small part in doing that for certain people and certain movies.
So if you get Tape Mold Zine rebooted, is that really the main drive? Is to get interviews with these, the directors and the people that made this shot on video from the 80s and 90s?
Oh, definitely. That's the one thing that really, really is making me want to do a new issue is I found out about this movie. Um, I don't even like. I'm debating whether I should even like say the title. Well, I guess I'll say the title. Creature from Lake Erie. It's called, and it was like
Ooh.
made. It was made in Erie in like the mid '80s. Well, I don't even know if it was made. I. It took me so long to figure out information. I like apparently they did a newspaper article in like 85 or 86, and like it showed the creature, like the creature effect was like done, but I like found the director, and like the crazy thing is he like responded. I was like, can I ask you these questions, like did this movie get made, blah blah blah. He's like, yeah, give me like a few days and I'll like get back to you. Seriously, like a day later he got corona. Thank God he like survived it though. He like didn't nothing
Oh
happened
my
to him.
God.
But like since then, like I have barely heard anything from him. He hasn't like answered any questions, but like that's like just so interesting to me, like finding out about this movie. I like want to know if it was made, and like is it lost, did it get released, like was any footage shot. Like I want to do like a whole article about that, because like that just sounds
Hmm.
like an insane like holy grail that like people should hear about. And that's
Hmm.
kind of how I view everything. It's like if I'm super interested in it, I'm gonna do an article about it and just hope that other people will be interested in it too.
Well, a good books have come out recently. Was one of them Analog Dreams? That kind of
Analog Dreams.
surveyed the shot on video. I don't know if
Oh yeah, yeah,
in
yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. Analog
did that
Dreams.
just review them, or did that writer also interview the directors?
That I don't have that book, but I think he did reviews, and then like every so often would be like an interview with one of the like main people that did like shot on video stuff. Like I think there's like a Donald Farmer interview in there, and like a David Dakota interview, and like some other people. So, yeah, I was kind of like just reviewing stuff. That's another thing. Like I found a movie the other day and like somebody mentioned that book to me. They're like, it's not even in Analog Dreams. Like it's so rare. I just looked it up, like, and it wasn't in there. That's another cool thing is when you can find stuff that like other people who are into the same stuff haven't heard about, like, and haven't
Mm-hmm.
talked about.
And then what's that other company, Bleeding Skull?
Oh
Because
yeah, Bleeding
they
Soul.
do a lot of overlap with what you do. Because
Oh yeah.
they put out a book, and I think, but their thing was from like 1980 something up through 1980 95 of shot on video. And was it just called like? Gosh, I should have my computer up, but I don't like to be distracted by the computer when I talk. But because it's all about you, Dan.
Thanks.
But I think Bleeding Skull put out something. I think that was in the title, like the Bleeding Skull something. But I mean, it looks cool, and I think it's currently out of print, so it's like over $100 on Amazon.
Yeah, I think I have a copy of that. I love like the guys who run that, Joe and Zach. And
Mm-hmm.
like the funny thing is, it took like maybe 5 months. I like when we started VHShitfest and was doing the reviews and stuff. Like I didn't even know about that website, and it took like 5 months before I like found out about them.
Oh
And
my god.
like they like that was something like even after we had already started, but it still like was inspiring because like they review stuff like with a VHS focus, but they'll watch it like however they can. Like they'll watch it on DVD, and they like don't talk about like the companies really, that like they're not like, so it's not like about VHS. It's, you know, less, it's more just about the movies, but like they have, you know, found some insane stuff that like has inspired me to dig deeper and really like try and find crazy movies, you know. So I
Well,
love them.
they're like your soulmates. I mean, they're on such the same wavelength as you, have such an appreciation for shot on video.
Oh yeah, and I think they just started. Well, not just. Well, it feels like they just started. It was like maybe 4 years ago they started releasing movies on VHS and DVD too. Like, and I've
Right?
gotten some of those, like some amazing stuff. So I love
Didn't they
what they're doing.
do like Roller,
I don't know what I know they did. Like Blood Lake was one. I'm pretty
Blood
sure
Lake? Did they do
they
like
did Scary
Cards of
Tales.
Death?
Yeah, Cards of Death. Yep, Cards of Death. That's one.
Okay.
Jungle
Well,
Trap, I think, is another one.
right. Right. Well, I think that will be a good segue to the next part of your resume, because it's important people learn that you are a genius, mad doctor expert on shot on video horror collecting.
Thank you.
But it seems like right after Tape Mold, you started doing a YouTube channel, VHShitfest, and then was it pretty simultaneously with your website too?
Yep. Yeah. Pretty much everything was like grouped under one thing. Like we would release stuff and do the zine and do videos on YouTube and do reviews on the website, all like around that 2010, 2011, 2012 like time period.
Okay, and what was really cool with the YouTube channel, you have little videos called VH Shit Bits, which was either reviews on video, but just I think it kind of brought the awareness of collecting old shot on video horror on VHS. And then I don't know if it was like that same time, but at what point on your website did you start releasing other people's shot on video horror films?
2011, I think, was the first time, and it was our first two releases was Hell Roller and
Hell Roller.
And
That's what
Gourmet
I'm
Zombie Chef from
thinking.
Hell. Oh yeah, Hell
Okay.
Roller. Yep.
Hell Roller. I was attributing that to Bleeding Skull as just roller.
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
So you
nice.
were a Hell Roller and
Uh-huh.
the gourmet chef,
Yeah, it's Gourmet Zombie Chef from Hell. Those are the
gourmet
first
zombie
two.
chef from hell. Great titles. So had either of those movies had a proper video release before you gave them one?
Just like just their original VHS release, like super limited. Like they none of them had like DVDs or like special features or like anything. No one, everyone just forgot about them pretty much. And I was happy to be able to put them out with some interviews and cool new stuff about the movies and making of the movies.
So when you put these out, you would do like a limited edition of VHS, like in a clamshell, and then also do a DVD also?
Uh-huh. Yep. And like the DVD would be like, I think the Gourmet one was actually 2 discs, and we like, well, with Gourmet we did like a movie. We kind of did a short film that was like a review of the movie too. So it was like kind of a tribute remake of the movie, but we were also reviewing it within that movie. And we wanted to release that, and then we got permission. The funny thing about that is like we got permission by like the company that like had the rights to the movie. We were like, okay, yeah, we want to do this. They're like, yeah, you can do like a limited run of them. And that like ended up falling through. Like, so basically Gourmet never even got like a release even down the line. Like, so we wanted to put our review out, but we wanted to like show people like the movie too. So it was like a dual thing. It was like, okay, here's our review and like some behind the scenes of like us making the movie and stuff, but and also the movie. And with Hell Roller, it was different. I found the director of that, and he was super amazing and like giving like he had so much. He had the original script and like he had contact information with other people, so we were able to like shoot interviews and include like behind the scenes stuff. And we did like a reading of the original script, which was super different than like the final movie. And so
Wow.
that was a cool release.
So is this just all the natural progression of Tape Mold Zine?
Oh yeah, like it's hard to just keep talking about movies, and like especially when you're talking about something super obscure. Like those ones are really really obscure, but I started talking about like even more obscure movies. It's like, yeah, it's interesting to read about them and stuff, but like if there's even a slight chance that we could release them and do like special edition versions and kind of like get people to see the movies, that's always like the goal. And like I'm happy to have been able to do that a decent amount of times so far.
It seems like everyone has a podcast now. Everyone's got a vlog. Everyone reviews horror movies on YouTube. But it is just good to remind everyone that 10 years ago, not many people were doing what you were doing.
No, thank you. Yeah, like that's kind of why we started it. Like when I looked up online, like no one was really doing the same stuff, and like we were so passionate about it, and like we're having so much fun doing it. It's like, why not just document it and like show other people? I've had a bunch of people tell me that like just the stupid videos of us like going to stores and like digging for tapes and like finding cool stuff has like inspired them to do that in like their town and like inspire them to start collecting. So that was definitely a goal in doing that, and I'm happy like that. People enjoyed them. I I probably would never watch that. Like I'd probably be embarrassed to watch them now since it's so long ago, and like it was so early in my like collecting that it's just. But I'm happy that they're out there, and like we love doing them when we did them.
Well, I did jot a few notes beforehand, so I believe, better correct me if I'm wrong since I'm not exactly batting 1,000 here. So you released the movie you talked about, Lazarus the Legend. You did give them a real release. You released a film called Skip Tracer
Uh-huh. Yep. Skip Tracer.
and one called, which is the ultimate title, it is Attack of the Mutant Roadkill and the Vampire Zombies from Beyond the Grave.
Nice.
So, I mean, is that like the longest title you've released?
Oh yeah, that's a long. Definitely. There's I. there's some other ones that like would be cool to release that have longer, crazier titles, but like those haven't happened. That's by far the longest that we released, and that was a cool release too because the director had made a bunch of short films that were like unavailable, like Attack of the Mutant Roadkill, that already was pretty much as rare as it gets. Like the original tape had such a limited run and like hardly anyone had it. So it was cool to do that, but it was even cooler to be able to include like short films that like truly no one has seen besides like maybe his parents and stuff, like super, super obscure stuff to go along with it.
So, was your release of Lazarus the Legend the first time that movie had been put out on home video?
Yep, very first time. It had aired 2 times on local TV, and that's it. Like it had never been released. So that's definitely one of my favorite things. It's like has everything I love. Well, for one, it's local, so that's amazing. Getting to see like somebody who, wanted to make a movie where I live, which is kind of like a small town, getting to see all the like locations from back in the day. And then it's also never released, so like no one has seen it, which was amazing to be able to like get people to see it, and it's a fun movie too. So
Now, what was the director's name?
oh, you're putting me on this. What was um Matt Frazzini that
Okay.
I had to pull out that.
So, when you released this, did you work closely with him on the release and for the extras and for just interviews and all that?
Well, that was the one who got hit by the drunk driver, and
Oh my God.
but I
Okay.
work like his sister, thank God, like there's certain times where you'll run into somebody who like has passed away that made movies and their family does not care about their movies. They tossed out everything and like
Oh,
just,
wow.
and that's always the saddest. But she really like loved her brother and like loved the movies he did, and she had all the like old tapes. Like I got access to like short films, home movies, behind the scenes stuff. Like it was an
Wow.
amazing like process to just be able to like work with all that and do like kind of just a retrospective on a guy who spent his whole life making movies. Like he was a huge Star Trek fan. He would do like Star Trek fan films. He did like fake commercials that were like selling like tombstones and then would turn into like a zombie movie. Like he was I wish I would have got to meet him because he like seemed like an amazing guy, and from what his whole family had to say about him, he was an amazing guy.
Do you think when all was said and done and you kind of, created this loving tribute to this guy and his work, do you think in the end the family was happy that you honored him this way?
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like they were happy that people were going to get to see some of his stuff, and that somebody still cared. I had to like tell, they were like surprised that anyone would want to buy this. I'm like, no, trust me, there's other people like me who want to see this stuff and will eat this up. I almost wish I had done a bigger print run because like it's sold out and now it's like you can't get it.
Oh my God. So the extras, were you able to include a lot of that on the DVD version?
That one we actually didn't do a DVD, but I did include a lot of extras that we just did a long tape, and
Hmm.
we did interviews. We did an actor that was in the movie, um, his sister and his niece, and we got to talk to all them and like interview them about. She was in the movie too, his sister. She played a big role in the movie, so we got to like learn about making of that movie and just like his
Hmm.
life in general and what happened with him. And the Levi, the guy who does all the releases with me, he like edited together a nice little documentary with some behind the scenes footage and stuff in there, and we included it on the tape.
So when did he originally make Lazarus the Legend?
That was early 90s, but he did make movies in the 80s. Like he had been making movies since he was a kid in the early 80s, a lot of Super 8 movies. And then he switched over to the VHS and he did some film stuff. Um, and he kept making movies up into like he was making stuff even in the early 2000s before he passed away because he
Hmm.
worked at the local TV station here. And he would just do little fun things like randomly, but like he did so much stuff. It was amazing.
Another thing I like about your releases is the artwork on the covers.
Oh, thank you.
So, are those things that you do in house, or is some of that original artwork that the filmmakers made?
I think did we? Yeah, all of it has been original artwork that I'll just reach out to people who are similarly into this kind of stuff as us to do it, because normally they're like really excited to be able to like watch the movie and then come up with something. Lazarus art was actually done by Levi, though. Like is he doesn't like to do well, he like is underrated as far as like I feel like he should do more, but he normally likes to reach out to somebody else to like do it, which I don't mind. But like, I think he's good enough to like do a lot of them himself. But yeah, like with Skip Tracer, our friend Jimmy Squarejaw, he like does a lot of artwork for us and does crazy stuff. He did it, and with a Mutant Roadkill, our friend Johnny Dickey, he did the artwork on that one, and a lot of it's like we want to go with that like self-release style, like something that like
Hmm.
maybe the director would have done. So it's like a lot of like hand painted stuff or like cartoony, like fun, weird things that like are homages to like covers that we love from other, filmmakers and stuff back in the day.
Well, tell me your thoughts on this. Because there's always the complaint of, when a bigger company releases an ultra low budget film, they make a really professional looking cover that really changes the expectation of the audience when they think, oh,
Mm-hmm.
wow, this is going to be much bigger budget than it is. And they
Oh
get
yeah.
it. Then they watch it and go, oh my God, this is shot on video. And I think the whole thing about your covers, they match more of to the audience of showing, hey, you're looking for obscure, low budget shot on video, and that's what the cover promises.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's kind of well, like we'll make it like sometimes we'll like amp it up, obviously, like they did back in the day with like the VHS, but we always like, make it seem like it's is what it is. It's going to be some crazy low budget like passion project made in like 89, and like you're in for a treat if that's the kind of stuff you like. We're not going to like do some like Shout Factory style like cover art, which I love Shout Factory, but we're not going to like make it look like just the best movie ever made. Just.
Yeah, you're not going to put some idealized, airbrush kind of, perfect looking, character from the movie that looks, nothing like, the whole, see, the whole thing about video packaging, as opposed to watching something on Amazon where you just get like one key artwork.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the old day, you could, even if there was a fancy cover, you could flip it over, and on the back, there'd usually be some stills from the movie that would give you an idea of what the budget and the look of the film was like.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's funny whenever you like flip it over and there's no pictures of the movie, like something's
Uh-oh,
up. Like,
red flag.
yeah, it's
And there were
either gonna be like a super old movie retitled and like resold to you, like that you've
I
already
hate
seen a
that.
billion times, or it's gonna be some shot on video movie that like they don't want you to know it's as low budget as it is.
Oh, it's like you end up with some like, British, rural drama from the 50s that's fallen into the public domain.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's not horror, but maybe there's a castle scene in it that they can play up. It's like made in the 50s, but trying to look like medieval times,
Mm-hmm. Oh
like
yeah, definitely.
like a watered down Edgar Allan Poe kind of thing. But I think with your stuff, again, I just love that you're embracing what it is and differentiating yourself. And I think that sets you apart on your releases is and I mean this in the best way, but when I look at those covers, it's like I remember when I was like in junior high, sitting next to, some stoner guy who was like doodling in his math book with a magic marker. You kind of evoked that feel with those covers.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's kind of like I want to have that come across like with everything that I do. Like I want it to feel like kind of just not super polished. It's almost like you're getting something that like somebody like made back in the day and just put their, you know, their best effort, but it's not like some ultra polished thing. And I think that's kind of like what we did with Adjust Your Tracking too. It's like that feels just like people who actually care. Well, I don't want to like, we wanted it to feel like people who like cared about this stuff and like truly loved this type of movie and truly loved VHS, made it like it's not some like Hollywood, like you said, like airbrushed like type of thing. It's like kind of gritty and like feels like it was made like passionately by people who are actually into it. And that's how we go about doing the releases too. We want them to, you know, because that's we actually do. We care about the movies and like we have fun doing them. Like we would if it wasn't like.
Do you remember that documentary? It came out a few years ago, and it was about that guy. He was like a kid Hollywood actor, and then he grew up, and then he started making movies on a camcorder with people he would just, I don't know where he'd find them, but they were really cool. And I think it was called like Giuseppe Makes a Movie, something like
Oh,
that.
okay. I haven't seen that, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was like in a few Hollywood movies. I think he was like
Mhm.
in
Andrews, like I think is his last name or something
yeah.
maybe.
And
Yeah,
I love that documentary and
I
just
need to
how
see
he made
that.
films. And I wish I could see his real movies, but I think within the documentary, I think he would just, you know, make DVD copies of his stuff and mail order them out. And so I think in the movie, I'd see like a little pile of them on his table. And they just had the best low budget, you know, covers that they weren't trying to be
Mhm.
anything other than what they were. And just to see, like, I don't know if he shot on high eight or what, but as I've known people like this, they have a table and their precious tapes. They're just spilled everywhere. There's, you know, ashtrays. He's smoking, smoke and beers probably spilling onto the table. And then he's dubbing, you know, DVDs and they're just thrown in the same pile. And it's just like this pandemonium that I kind of remember from back in the day of,
Mhm.
you know, you kind of romanticize, but you think, oh my God, you know, these, you know, this is not a pristine Hollywood, you know, duplication center. This was, you know, in his case, I think, you know, his dining table in the mobile home he lived in with his dad.
Yeah, I love when like people do the absolute like best they can do and like it's just still not great like but you just love it because of that. Like I hate when people try and like make something worse like on purpose, you know, like I love like just knowing that something was made like not ironically or not like trying to be bad on purpose. Like he put
Hmm.
his heart and soul into it. Like the covers are like really he loved them. He thought they were great and like that's, you know, that's how like that's the best kind of stuff is when like you know it wasn't done like just to be like a throwback to like so bad it's good type of movies or anything like that. It was like that was the best the person can do and like this is the product like it, you really like get a sense of that person and it's like amazing. That's
Yeah. Well, it's funny. You know, back in the 90s, I put out a few VHS releases, and we're not going to make this about me. It's still about you, Dan, but I just thought I would interject from my, I mean, looking back 25 years ago, oh my God. I just remember at the time to put out a VHS sleeve. It was hard. And, you know, you could Xerox something off and, you know, put it in a little clear plastic thing in a hard case. But I mean, to get a real sleeve made out of cardboard and, you know, made professionally by a professional printing company, that was a big deal. And I just remember like the minimums. I think like I had to have 2,500 of them made. That was like the minimum.
mm-hmm,
And, you know, there's no way in hell I was going to sell 2,500 of those, but luckily I could make, you know, the video separately, the VHS tape. Those could
mm-hmm,
be, you know, duplicated separately and then matched up. But I also remember at the time thinking, oh, I want this to look so good and hiring a graphic designer that could lay this out on a computer and give, the computer file to the printer. And it was so expensive. And I just remember back in the day, just to get someone, on a computer that had the software to lay out this and to, know what the specifications were for the printer for that box. It just seemed like such a big deal. And looking back, I almost wish I had just done the do it yourself thing and, cut and pasted photos from my stills and gone to Kinko's and done
Mm-hmm.
it the low budget way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like through collecting VHS, like there's little things like that that like I love. I love like when I do find like a, super obscure like low budget movie and it's like actually like has a box like that they made, because like that like it wasn't cheap like you said, and they like had to go out of their way to like do that. And then on the other side of it, I love like when I do get, like you said, like a clamshell with like a cut cover and you can see like the guy was probably cutting it by hand, like it's like not perfectly cut and stuff. Like that like the director actually probably touched this tape and like was
Mhm.
gluing the stickers down and everything. So it's like I can respect when like a filmmaker went like out of his way to try and make it look professional, like it was just any other movie, like, and fit in, like. And then I can also respect when like they were doing like just the super low budget like version. It's like
Mhm.
there's so many different aspects to VHS that's just great, and I
Well,
love
the thing
those.
that modern day people take for granted is with the technology, how accessible and it's so much cheaper to do things. Like, 25 years ago to just dub your own DVDs. It's not like now, just the equipment's cheap. It's just everything is just so much more cheaper and accessible. And even
Mm-hmm.
just 25 years, for example, to get your VHS printed, I had to, have that done in LA. I lived in Seattle. So you get them dubbed and then shipped up to you. So then you got the shipping costs, but there just weren't, any big duplication houses, you know, in most local towns. They're just, a couple hubs that specialized in it. But I remember what I thought was so cool was instead of having a little, sticker put on the tape, this duplicator would actually silk screen your label right onto the tape.
Oh wow, yeah,
I,
that's nice.
I thought that was the biggest, most extravagant thing in the world.
That's so good. Yeah, anytime you find those, that's great.
But the flip side, this company, I remember for one shipment, they put in this giant box and it was like 100 tapes. And when the UPS guy came, he just dropped the whole box on the floor from about 5 feet up in the air. So when I open it up, I think the whole bottom row of tapes, they put no bubble wrap, no styrofoam, no cushioning whatsoever. So I remember when I get stuff from this, duplicator, there'd be broken tapes. You'd have to kind of just assume there'd be breakage. Isn't that just crazy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those would be like the family, like you'd give those to family and friends, like the that
I'd
still
just be
happens to
afraid,
this day.
you'd pop one in the VCR and a little chip of broken plastic case would come out and just jam your whole machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh my God. But, anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there because I feel your pain and your glory in putting out your own tapes. But I think the fact that you're doing the best of both worlds. You're doing it professionally on the one hand, but you're also keeping the do it yourself quality with that.
Oh yeah, thank you. That's exactly like what I wanted, like what I set out to do. Like I
Hmm.
want to make it like the best I can, but like still keeping with that like what I love and what I appreciate about VHS. That feeling of do it yourself.
Well, let's move on to, I think everything led up to your one big moment from Tape Mold Zine to VHShitfest to a documentary that basically kicked off this whole VHS collecting in a big way. And we all know it's called Adjust Your Tracking, the untold story of the VHS collector. It debuted, I think, in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
and it, boy, had a lot of success, a lot of write-ups. I saw lots of interviews with you, and it was through that I actually first met you in person. It was your second time showing it at Scarecrow Video in Seattle.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That was
I
great.
think you'd been there, I don't know, earlier in the year, and it was so popular they wanted you back. And I think I had actually knew you were going to be there, and I looked you up, and I think I sent you an email and said, "Hey, I'm going to be there. Let's say hi." Blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I picked your brain a little bit, but believe it or not, that was the first time I saw it was at that screening, and I was very impressed. And such a perfect match with Scarecrow. And I just want to talk about Scarecrow for a little bit. For those who don't know, Scarecrow Video is an independent video store in Seattle in the University District near the University of Washington. And in the past couple of years, when all these other video stores were going out of business, they became a nonprofit, I believe, and they just have kept this huge library of foreign film and the most amazing genre sections, not just horror, but subgenres of horror and sci-fi. And they also have, which I think you appreciate, a section for local filmmakers, and they're very
Mm-hmm.
dedicated to that too. So just tell me, share your love of Scarecrow Video with me.
Ugh, Scarecrow is the best of the best. Like every time I come to Seattle, I go there. The first time I went there, like my mind was seriously blown away. I still have pictures on my phone. Like I have a wish list folder for VHS, and like seriously, like 20 of them at least are from Scarecrow. Me just taking pictures of tapes that like I need to track down. And it's been like a decade since I first went there and took these pictures. So like that shows you like how hard the stuff is to find that they have. They like have stuff that might only be like one of one. Like they really truly care about movies, and all the people there are amazing. Like every time I go there, they like allow me to see like what they have for sale that's like not out yet. They like let me do interviews there and film there. Like they love filmmakers. They just love movies in general. Everyone who works there is awesome. And like I've met some great people that I still talk to this day. Like it's the best video store in the world, and I've been to for thousands and thousands of video stores for the past decade. Like nothing can even touch Scarecrow. Just the people and the actual movies that they have for rent.
Well, describe the layout, because this is like two floors and it just has a really cool layout to it.
Oh yeah, I love the layout. Like you enter and like the first floor is, just jam packed with movies, the counter, and like they had like an espresso like place. And then like the way you go up to the second floor, there's like a huge staircase, and like that's where I go the most is on the second floor because they have all those rooms that you were talking about with like subgenres, and like they have the psychotronic room, which is like horror, and within that room is like 1,000 different subgenres
Oh
broken
my
up. There'll be
God.
like killer dolls, religious cults. Like they like have so many movies that they really need to like narrow it down. If you're like in the mood for a Bigfoot movie, like there's a Bigfoot section for you. And
And
like I love being able to,
do they have
yeah.
like nunsploitation? And
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
for sure. Yeah, they have that. Like they have like pretty much anything you can think of, they have it. And they have a computer too that you can like look stuff up on. And I was like thinking like, oh, maybe like they'll like not have something, and like I typed in a bunch of like super rare stuff, and it was like, oh, have it on laser disc. Like they still like have laser discs to rent, so like they're on top of it with like pretty much everything.
they have certain movies there that are so rare and probably almost impossible to replace that not all customers can rent them. You almost have to be
Mm-hmm.
like this long-time customer in good standing that they'll trust that you'll bring it back in the same condition.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And you have to, they like on the side of super rare ones, there'll be like down payment like 1,000. Like
Oh
you
my
have to put
God.
in like the down payment to even rent it. Like, and when I mean I would do the same thing. I wouldn't even like, there's so many things they have that's just like one of one that like you said, I would pretty much let no one rent it besides like if somebody needed it. Like I would just be happy that it's there and like let people view it if they need to. But like taking that original tape, it's like you're really like giving somebody like something so irreplaceable that like I would be biting my fingernails, like worried that just because anything can happen, even if like you let your close friend borrow something, like they can drop it and like break it into a million pieces. Like you don't want to lose some stuff that if it's gone for good.
Now, when you were there the second time, did you get to see Adjust Your Tracking on their shelves?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, like I went there like a ton of times before, like I made adjuster tracking, and like with the releases that I did, like Hell Roller and stuff, like they like put those on the shelves too. So it was like cool always like seeing the different things I put out like available to rent, and it was truly amazing when they had adjuster tracking on the shelf. That's just the best feeling. And when they did like the swap meet that you mentioned, like that we met at and like did another screening, because like the first one, I forget the name of the theater there. That's like
Oh, was
super
it Grand
Grand
Illusion?
Illusion. Yep, Grand Illusion. That was like ended up selling out there when we showed the movie for the first time, and we were there at the screening, and I got to meet a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of different people. They were like, "Yeah, one day, like next time you plan on coming to Seattle, we need to do like another screening because
Mm-hmm.
like this one was, you know, a success, and like we should do because at each screening that we went to, it like me and Dabby do or Levi, like the co-director, he we would set up like a mini video store basically, because along the way we would like be buying tapes, so we'd sell stuff at the screenings, and like some of them we'd set up like swap meets and stuff, but
Cool.
we set up like our table, but like the people in like Seattle were like, yeah, you need to come back and we need to like have a bunch of different people selling tapes. I was like, agreed. That was like a good idea, and it was awesome to be able to do it at Scarecrow.
Well, let me tell you, you really inspired me because, after I saw all this and what you were doing, I don't know if it was like that year or a year or two later, but it seems like it was pretty soon after. Um, I approached Crypticon Seattle, the big horror
Mm-hmm.
convention. I said, "Hey, this VHS horror thing is really taken off. You guys need to have a horror VHS swap." But it's pretty late in the game. It was probably just a couple weeks before the convention when everything had already been settled. But they kind of said, "Oh, okay." So they let me organize one for that Sunday. You know how they're like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They said,
Mm-hmm.
"Well, Sunday you can be in this one room because this other event will be over." Like, I think it was the big room where they had the dance the night before and they had taken everything down. So I got part of that room, and really quickly I had to find vendors for it. So I think I found, I don't know, 7 or 8 vendors. So we had a little thing going, and it was pretty darn cool. And it was successful right away because people, wanted something like that there. But I think it's because of you inspired me. But I think out of the woodwork, I got to meet some really cool VHS collectors, and I was really happy. And to me, that was a really meaningful thing. You go to these conventions and there's lots of cool stuff, but I really found, my people are the collectors, and I just love the people who collect the movies. They were people I really could relate to.
Oh, that's how I feel entirely. Like that's the best is when you're able to do like a swap meet and meet like other collectors, and they all share just a similar like bond and interest through VHS. Like I know when somebody's like a hardcore like VHS collector, we're going to probably get along because it's like they care about finding like crazy weird movies and like supporting film and are interested in like discovering different things, and like, you know, it's always cool to be able to meet those people at swaps and like conventions and stuff. That's awesome that you were able to set one up too.
Yeah, and I stayed in touch with those people because they said, "Oh, we want to do another one, but don't want to wait a whole nother year till the next convention." So I took your lead and I approached Scarecrow and did a few um, horror VHS swaps there and combined it with a little film festival.
Oh, that's so good. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
and I don't know if what year or what time of year you were there, but at least one or two of the times we did it, it was warm enough, so we did part of it outside and part inside. So we took over like part of the parking lot for it.
Oh, that's awesome too.
Oh yeah, and I think one of the people that participated, at least in the Crypticon one, was someone from your documentary because you interviewed a guy from Olympia, Washington.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dormarth, the legend.
Yes, very good. Because I call him Paul,
Yeah.
but that's
Malik.
his. It's either alter ego. I think his zine, isn't it called?
I forget what it's called. Dormarth's like,
Dormarth Zine or
yeah,
something.
something
But
like that. Yeah.
it's cool because it's the tiniest horror review zine I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, I love it every time like I get an issue. Like it's so good. Like it comes in like a little envelope. Like I love reading through it, seeing like everything he does. He's a legend. I love him.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I just remember maybe seeing Adjust Your Tracking again, and maybe I didn't put it together that he had been in it. It was only
Mm-hmm.
after interacting with him at the Crypticon and then I think seeing Adjust Your Tracking, and I go, oh my God, that's him.
That's great.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the aftermath of Adjust Your Tracking. That was released in 2013, 7 years ago. You'd been working on it a year or so before that. And I don't know if it's because that came out, but the internet has even advanced more in the past 7 years. It's just accelerated with social media. And even 7 years ago, I don't think people were as intensely connecting over VHS horror. Now it's saturated, but I just like to talk about how your documentary inspired a lot of other documentaries about collecting VHS horror.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's so many documentaries out there, which like I love because I love listening to people talk about VHS and like it's I'll never get sick of it pretty much. So like the more the merrier in my opinion. And there's a lot of like different topics you can like dive into. It's like with the gesture tracking, it was like we wanted to when people finished it, I wanted people to understand why there's a certain like group of people that are so passionate about VHS and like why they still love it and search for it and stuff. But I mean, after that, it's like you can go so many different ways with it. Like you can like there was the I forget, is it at the video store or something? There's so many different ones. It's like you can
Mhm.
focus more on video stores and like the people that like still support local video stores that are still open, and then there's like ones about people who make movies, and like it's there's so many different like
Right,
avenues
it's
you can
kind of
go.
morphed and broadened to interviewing the makers of the shot on video horror of the 80s and 90s.
Definitely.
They're cool. Although, when you mentioned the stores, wouldn't it have been great before they all closed to just interview the mom and pop store owners?
Oh, that well, the crazy thing is we like when we first started like working on adjuster tracking, we weren't sure exactly like what route we were going to go in. It kind of like we had ideas and like it we let it kind of like take us where we were going to go. But we started like interviewing a ton of different video store owners, and like a lot of that like didn't make it in the documentary because it's like it wasn't the focus of the movie. We showed a lot of the footage though that we got at the video stores and like people hunting and different stuff for tapes, but the video store owner like interviews are so good, and I wish like honestly I had done if it wasn't like so time like consuming like doing hunts and like going to different stores. Like if I had more free time when I was doing those trips, like I wish I would have every store I went to interviewed the owner, because like just while we're looking they're like telling us amazing stories. Like there was a place in Philadelphia and like the guy had been around so long. He was like it used to be so popular in the 80s that like people when it was snow out like would come hours and hours before it opened to shovel like the store out for him just so they could form a huge line. Like that's how many people wanted to rent movies back in the day, and like the store was huge. It was like 3 floors, and like the owner was just a great like personality. So like there's still like I mean so many possibilities. It would be cool to do like a documentary like in that same vein, just track down a
Mhm.
bunch of people who have great stories of owning stores and like spent basically half their life like running a video store.
Well, to kind of, draw a picture for, 20 somethings, for Gen Y who just assumes everything is at their fingertips on the internet. And if, they had, lived early enough to have seen a blockbuster, blockbusters were pretty squeaky clean. They were very family friendly. And even if they had rated R movies, the covers had to be pretty family friendly, even if the content was a little more rated R. But they just wanted to have this very respectable look to them. And I think they
Mm-hmm.
even could control some content saying, hey, if you want all, our chain to carry this, you need a special version for us that's not quite as violent or sexy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what people don't realize about the mom and pop video stores, a lot of them, they had a porn section. That was a big
Mm-hmm.
part of the mom and pop thing. And they might have a little discreet one with a back room. You might have to go through a little curtain to get back there, so that the kids in the front looking at Disney couldn't, catch sight of a naked cover in the back. But some of these other stores were just out and out little grindhouse. The front wasn't that much more tame than, the back porn. The front might be a lot of gritty action and horror and sci-fi. And then it would just kind of seamlessly just go into this kind of, soft core and then hardcore porn section. And those probably would have been, the more interesting people to interview.
Oh yeah, for sure. I love that like with the mom and pop stores it's basically like free range, like they could do whatever they want. Like you said, it'll be like Texas Chainsaw Massacre standees, like I spit on your grave and like just out in the open, like they didn't care. And then like, oh, here's our like adult section, like you can just wander in like and see the most like insane like porn ever, basically. Like those are the best. And like a lot of times those owners like have the best stories of like crazy, shady, weird people coming in to like rent movies or like try and steal or just like I've heard so many mafia type stories like involving like porn VHS and like mafia dudes coming in like to sell like bootlegs of different like titles that like had just been released. Like there's just so much crazy, great like stuff happened
Mhm.
back in the day.
That was a big thing with the mom and pop. Just the whole idea of, were they in the back room with a couple of VCRs, making pirated copies, or they bought one copy and made 10 extras to rent at the store?
Oh yeah, 1000%. Like so many, I'll get tapes like when I buy like video stores, and I'll like notice weird things about them, or can tell like, oh, this is probably like a dubbed copy. Like the labels will be like white, like printer paper like labels when I
Mm-hmm.
know that they like used to be like metallic and stuff. So there's definitely, I mean, you had to make, I mean, especially like you mentioned when Blockbuster came around, it's like you do whatever you can to like compete with like the bigger people. If you have to do some illegal bootlegging and whatnot, maybe do it, but it's funny.
Well, just to imagine, some kindly grandmotherly type woman behind the counter who's just so jaded by the gore and the porn and just nothing phases them. There
Oh
were
yeah.
a lot of these weird contrasts of the people who worked these counters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 1000%. Like it's like they just, well, I mean, obviously you open up a store to make money, and like after running it for a certain amount of years, I feel like maybe their values like took a back seat to whatever was making money. Like if you had weirdos coming in that wanted like super messed up horror movies, it's like, are you going to just not order those? No, like you need to like keep your customers happy. So you'll find some crazy like you'll see like Jesus pictures and crosses in these like mom and pop video stores, and they'll have like the most like vast porn sections of all time. So like a weird, funny thing to notice.
It's almost like they can compartmentalize it in their mind.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like, well, I mean, they're not the ones like renting it themselves and watching it, so they feel like, okay, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. It's like these other people, like, I'll just have the movies, but whatever. It's funny.
Remember John Waters' movie Serial Mom?
Mm-hmm. Oh
So
yeah, I love that movie.
I think it came out around 94 or so. And remember there was a video store in it. I don't know if one of them worked in it but they had some funny things where, the people got hostile if the customers didn't rewind the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the woman who went in to rent Annie, her favorite movie of all time.
It's funny.
And then she'd go home and sing with it while her dog licked her bare feet.
That's so good. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I have like a Serial Mom VHS like promo thing they did. It's like a big cereal box. It's like sitting right next to me in my movie room. I love that movie.
See, that would be just a whole cool thing to write about. Someone probably already has nowadays, but just to write a movie that have scenes in video stores. Write a book
Mm-hmm.
about movies that feature, video stores.
Oh yeah, I agree. It'd be like
Te-
cool to do like a serious movie, like if somebody that was like that just happened to have like a setting that involved like a video store, like a video store owner, and like it could even be like a crime related movie, just like but with a nice like backdrop of seeing like a video
Mhm,
store. Like it could be set in the 80s, and I don't know, I would love to see something like that. I feel like eventually like stuff like
mhm,
that, more and more things I see, like Shutter, that like app online that's like dedicated to horror. They keep like doing video and VHS focused like movies. I could see it like becoming even more mainstream, even with like Captain Marvel or whatever that like
mhm.
had blockbuster scenes in it. So I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
and Stranger Things, like it's just becoming more and more popular that like everyone misses the video store and loves it. So
Well, here's some trivia for you. See, because you're younger than me, so you may not know this, okay? So back in the day, like in the 60s and 70s, when people would take, real film in their cameras, 35 millimeter film, and then they'd have to drop it off and have it developed. Well, there was this little chain. It could have been part of Kodak, but there were these little almost kiosks and parking lots of like grocery stores and department stores. They were almost like little drive-through espresso stands.
mhm.
And you just go up and drop off your film and take your receipt, and then you'd come back a few days later and pick up your developed pictures.
It's great.
And I remember there's one at this grocery store near where I lived, and it's like they phased it out and it became like this mini video rental store. And I don't know, maybe I'm hallucinating this, but I just remember. I mean, I don't even know if how you selected them or if you just drove up and they just had 10 films to pick from. Then you drop them off there when you were done.
Hmm. Yeah,
But
I've like run into stuff like that. And when I was like a kid, there was a local chain that where it was like called Far More, I think. I don't even know if it's local. It might be like around, but they had a video store, but it used to be like what you mentioned, the like film developed, like where you drop off the film. And like sometimes I'll run into like video store owners when like I ask them like when they open, they'll say like the 70s, but it was like started as like not actually a video store. Like it started as like what you mentioned, like they would deal
mhm,
in more like either film development, or like sometimes I'll find like places that would like actually rent out like film equipment and like film, like
mhm,
eight, like if people had projectors, they could like
mhm.
watch like little 8 millimeter like films and stuff, which is awesome.
Well, one thing people quickly forgot is a lot of video stores were add-ons to record stores.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Like Tower Records overnight kind of added video to all their record stores.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was like would be stupid for like certain businesses like that not to, just because like it was so popular. And like if you're
Hmm.
going to like get a CD or like a cassette or a record, it's like having VHS there only makes sense. Like and normally it's the same type of person like that is going to be buying like both. So.
Well, then what was cool was when the used record stores, when used videos started popping up there for sale.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that I still will check record stores to this day. Like when looking for VHS, like especially if they've been around forever. Like sometimes I'll get lucky and like they'll still have VHS, or they'll like still take in VHS that people bring to them.
You know what I think would be a real good category to collect is people that just recorded tons of stuff off of TV in the 80s, on their
Mm-hmm.
home VCR. Because a lot of that stuff, like maybe variety shows and specials or concerts, stuff that would never be released on video, but they would never broadcast again on TV, maybe like a one-time event.
Uh-huh. That's right now, like, is so popular. Like recorded off TV stuff with commercials, like
Hmm.
sells for a ton, and like is one of the like most popular things in VHS currently. Like I love it too. Like just getting to relive. It's like I'll get something from like MTV or Nickelodeon that's like from the 90s. It's like, okay, I was probably like a kid sitting around like watching that exactly, like to be able to like relive and see all the commercials and exactly how they like broadcast it, and like all the little
Hmm.
bumpers and stuff is amazing. And there's certain specials like you mentioned that just are lost and forgotten about that you can only get if you had recorded it.
Well, what I see pop up on YouTube is performances by musicians that like never put out a music video to a certain song. And you're seeing this and you're going, oh my God, I didn't know they made this video. But what it usually ends up being is something they made for a TV show, but they may have like pre-recorded it, but the show then showed it, live during their show.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's amazing type of stuff too. I love that.
Yeah, and what I'm finding a lot of these rare ones are from European TV shows, like when the singer may have, been on a show in Germany or France or England, and it's maybe one of those things where they did it in the studio, but there was no audience, so it feels more like a music video rather than a performance.
Uh-huh. And they'll have like lights like going, and
Yeah,
the
oh
way
yeah,
that's like
lights.
getting, yeah, the way it's being like cut, it like comes across more as like a music video than it did like a live performance and stuff. So like, yeah, people definitely like will post those up on YouTube as like, an official music video, and it's always cool to like basically get something that never like truly like was supposed to be the music video, but you get like a little, for a fan,
Hmm.
it's awesome.
Because before MTV started, which was 1981, bands were already, making music videos, but they would pop up in really odd places. Like, they might insert them in another show, like a variety show, but they,
Mm-hmm.
but they kind of were out there, but it's like, they may not have fit the MTV format. They may not have been rock. So when MTV hit, you may still not have been able to see them. So it's those, sharp people that were recording them before that, that some of this stuff would probably be lost forever.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's so much stuff lost forever or like waiting to be discovered, which is why VHS is so good. It's like you could
Well, that's
just
going to
walk
be our
into a store and find
segue
something.
because we're going to give people what I promised them at the beginning. And I'm just going to grill you for hardcore tips on how to collect this stuff. Okay.
Okay.
So the expectations on you are very high.
All right.
But no, I want to start with kind of what we were talking about before is how can we predict a trend of what's going to become the next hot VHS collectible before everyone else knows it and starts buying it all up?
Wow. Well, I mean, obvious like if you're into it and you actually like it, it's like I always say if I am into it and happy when I find it and like excited and stuff, that other people are going to be that same way. If you start seeing like say something like Stranger Things doing something like an homage to something, or you see like Joe Bob Briggs's show and he's like talking about a certain movie, like chances are that's going to go up in value. So like when right now it's like I see two things going up, and it's going to be like movies that people love. Like I mentioned earlier, it'll be like Sleepaway Camp, Slumber Party Massacre, Killer Clowns from Outer Space. It's like these were in every video store, so they're not like super rare or anything, but there's so many people that want them that it's just gonna continue climbing and climbing. So if you have stuff like that, or like have the ability to find stuff like that, definitely do it. And then obviously this will always be like popular, and that's shot on video stuff and like stuff that's like self-released and super super obscure stuff. So like those will like when something is found and like sells for a big amount of money on eBay, I always say like keep track of eBay and like what's selling. Like chances are like if something goes high, then obviously there was other bidders. So like if you have it, list it. Like you never know, it's always going to fluctuate and like go up and down, but like it's good to stay with the eBay sold listings. And also like if it's kind of popular in like pop culture, it's going to make like other people want it. So like just get in on that a little
Hmm.
bit early and you'll make a lot of money.
Let me throw a few things out because obviously we want to concentrate on VHS horror, but that's been discovered. So I want to throw out a few other VHS categories and then to get your response. Like if you think these are either going to be collectible or maybe they already are, maybe they've already been played out and I just don't know. For instance, I'll throw out one. I think people know of this already, but celebrity fitness videos.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a ton of them that like do sell for a lot, and then there's a ton that people want. It like all depends with that though. Like a lot of them were like mass produced, so it's like like they won't go for a lot on eBay, and there'll always be like copies popping up. But like the more obscure ones, like the Tracy Lords workout, for example, that's gonna be worth money. Or like the super weird ones. It's like there's these things like Everything is Terrible and Found Footage Festival. It's like they'll find super obscure ones and like post about them, and like instantly a billion people want to find them, and that'll shoot the value up. So it's like you need to dig deep, and like if you find one that's like truly funny and weird and like like the Tracy Lords one, for example, she's like rapping in it and like doing weird songs, and it's just like such a weird thing that exists. Like it's like if you discover something like that, like get in on it early and you will like be very happy, because like chances are like people like that special interest stuff that will like there's a whole like group of people. It's like a lot of people who collect horror are also into special interest stuff, but there's a group of people that are strictly into that, and it'll be like weird like cat videos and like how to knit videos and workout tapes and stuff like that. And when you get a weird one that's interesting, like they sell for a lot on eBay, and it'll continue to go up because like those are harder to find. It's like you don't walk into a video store and find like stuff like that. A lot of times it was like sent to schools or like mail order, so it's like way more obscure and like rare.
Hmm. Well, what's funny, people who just know YouTube and you think, so many of these things you would just put out on a YouTube video. It's mind-boggling that 35 years ago, people had spent $20,000 producing, a half-hour video and, package it, market it, sell it and all that. Because in retrospect, it's like, yeah, I could do that with my iPhone and just whip it out, which is
Mm-hmm.
part of what makes this so special. It's just this window of time for like maybe 20 years that the technology was there, but YouTube wasn't quite here. So it's just this pocket of time with these very specific celebrities and people. That's what's so kind of interesting about this. It's like it's just locked in this time zone.
No, it's the best. That's like VHS. Like it'll never end. Like I'll never not be excited about like VHS and collecting it, because like you're constantly finding more because there is so much product being made. It's like everyone knew that they could make a VHS, and like so many people wanted to do it. So many people had ideas and like went through with it. And like I always tell people when they like are from like a small town or something, I'm like, research who was like making movies back in the day, or like try and find that like obscure movie, because guaranteed there's always like something weird, some weird video that was made, or somebody doing like something odd in your town, and like you need to uncover that. And like that's why VHS is great. And workout videos, even like I don't specialize in those, but like I said, if I find like a weird one or like with a celebrity I like, I'll grab it for sure. And like I love that stuff.
Well, that kind of leads us to what I call the celebrity money grab video. Whereas you're kind of famous, maybe you're on a TV show in the 80s, the show's off, you have a little bit of celebrity left, but no one's really casting you anything. So you think, oh, I'll produce a video, but you really don't have any other talent. But somehow you just find a way to justify a video.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll give you an example. In fact, this person I think fits in two categories because he did make a fitness video. And of course, we're talking about Fabio, the romance novel hunk model.
That's great.
But back in the day, probably in the 90s, he put out this video. It was called Fabio Romance or something. And I think it was just several little, it was like almost like a little anthology film where he played different like romantic stories. Like one, he was like, it was a period piece. Maybe he was a swashbuckling pirate or something. And in another one, he was something else. And there were these just little contrived scenes, like maybe each one was 15 minutes long, and there was like a heroine and some contrived situation, and in the end they kissed and it was swarthy and romantic.
It's great.
It's not just crazy, but I remember at the time they really promoted it. And I think that was at the same time he put out a CD, even though he couldn't sing. The money grab. And I remember one of the songs, I don't know how I heard this, but it's like he kind of talked and there's music in the background and some sexy saxophone, but he really didn't even sing. He just recited his love for a woman or something.
Oh my God. It's amazing.
Okay, here's another one. Kind of how-to videos on obscure subjects.
Oh, like definitely 1000%. There's like a tape I'm after. I don't even, well, I guess I'll say it. Like How to Get Revenge, it's called, and it was like Linda Blair hosted it. And
Oh,
it's
wow.
literally, yeah, it's literally just like a video about like if your boyfriend cheats on you, like what to do, and like all this weird stuff. Like it's super, super rare, and like I really want that. And there's a bit, like I mentioned, that like how to carve like Halloween pumpkins, and like how to build a haunted house. Like these are things that like sell for a lot of money. Especially anything that like is just that perfect mix of like low budget, like I can't believe they released this, like just interesting stuff that will always like have value, and it'll never be out on DVD, and like people will always be looking for it. And I collect it, like especially when it has to do with, like I said, anything slightly weird or anything horror related. So like how to do like makeup effects, like how to like, you know, there's like one about like how to hit on women or something, from like it has like a long title. It's like how to get girls from, like I forget, but I want that really bad.
So like the pre-pickup artist era of like 80s pickup style.
Exactly. Yeah, I've seen clips from it, and like I need it. It seems so good.
Okay, here's one. Dance craze how-to videos. Like when there's a dance craze and then they teach you how to do it.
Yeah, like Dance the Macarena and stuff like that.
You know, there was one that I actually rented this in the 90s. It was Charo teaching you how to do the Macarena.
Oh my God, that's so good. That's hilarious.
And she was actually pretty good at it. I mean, it was actually fairly well done.
That's funny.
Okay, here's another one. Product demo VHS. Like when you would buy an item and it would come with a video that would tell you how to use it.
Oh yeah, there's definitely like a market for that. Honestly, like it's the same if it's like some weird thing that like you can't believe it exists. Like I have like workout ones, and it's like some weird bar with like padding on it, and you're supposed to like roll on the ground with it. It was like a metal bar. I forget even what it is, but it's like it came with a VHS on how to use it, and like stuff like that is always like interesting and fun to find.
Oh
Those
yeah.
those specifically might not like ever go like super crazy in value like some of the how-to videos will and stuff like that, but like
Hmm.
people will buy them if they find them, like, and you'll have like a $10 to like $20 like value of just like this is obscure and weird and I want this. Like you'll always
Hmm.
get those people who want that weird like oddball thing.
Well, I remember, the Vitamix blender.
Oh yeah,
Like that came with an instructional video. Like,
that's so good.
as if people didn't know, okay, open lid, put stuff in blender, close lid,
Yeah, it's like the
blend.
biggest waste of money. It's the biggest waste of money ever to include a VHS with that. Like, is
I
not needed
mean,
at
it's
all.
just boggling at how expensive to produce all that and duplicate that and ship those out.
One like thing I'm big into is like finding like training videos and stuff like that that they would give like workers and like
Oh, like the corporate kind of thing?
yeah, like I got like a Chuck E. Cheese one and a McDonald's one, like both are
Oh,
amazing. Like
wow.
there's like Wendy's, there's super like those sell for a ton because it like crosses over into like a different kind of
Secrets?
collector.
Or is
Yeah,
it
and
almost like I bet they definitely do not want those on the open market?
oh no, they aren't supposed like basically like if somebody stole them when they work there is the only way they like really get out, or like if somebody dumpster dove and like took them when they like tossed them all like. And people who collect like fast food stuff and weird like pop culture stuff and want like aren't VHS collectors necessarily, but want like weird like things that they could like upload to YouTube and like just crazy interesting things. Those will always go for a lot on eBay if they pop up, which they almost never do.
Okay. I think like for corporate videos, like there's some I've seen on YouTube, like the teaching employees, not to sexually harass each other videos.
Yep. I love that kind of stuff. There's like a
Or
Wendy's one about like how to make coffee, and it's like a song, and they like did a whole like Michael Jackson style like music video about
oh
like
no.
how to clean up at night and like make coffee without like burning yourself.
Oh, that's funny. And then there's some that are like the more industrial safety videos.
Yeah, that like those things that I mentioned that like where they like find like everything is terrible and found footage festival. Those like people have a section on like crazy safety videos that are hilarious, like of people getting like really hurt, like
Hmm.
but
And
like
like having like blood effects and people
uh
screaming and stuff.
yeah, it'll
Oh
be like they
no.
fall from a ladder and like just like blood shoots out of them. Like they make like a little like movie basically. Like
So
it's
basically it
funny.
becomes like a little amateur snuff film.
Exactly. Like just people probably who worked at the company that wanted to have fun, like doing some little stupid thing, and they like just got like fake blood from the store and wanted to like make it actually funny. Like those are the holy grails of that kind of stuff.
Okay, here's a whole genre that was actually pretty big. And I think it's because it was like in the gift category, like it was something you would give as a gift. And that's a whole different category because these may not have been in video stores, but maybe regular stores when people are either looking for a souvenir or a gift. And it was the aerial footage video.
Aerial footage video.
And they like always had a name, like say they were doing it like in Seattle, it could be like over Seattle or over
Oh, okay.
Washington. And it was
Yeah,
all
okay, I
done
know what
from
you mean.
either a helicopter or an airplane, but in really scenic like mountains and over lakes and the ocean. And now it would just be something that a drone would take. But back then, this was a big deal. Like you're getting stunning, footage you could only see from this helicopter.
Yeah, those like I've seen stuff like that. That's like not those probably wouldn't like ever sell for a lot or like go that high in value, and would probably like mostly be like interesting to people from that area. Like if I found one like for where I live, like I'd be so happy. Like, but other
Doesn't
people
it
would be like,
sound
"This is
like
trash."
it's like the consolation gift you bring back to someone who didn't get to go on the trip with you?
Exactly. But
Oh,
they
I
can
wish
like
you
see
could
the
have seen.
footage.
It was so pretty. Here's the video that they'll never watch. It's like that
Yeah,
would just be the biggest bummer
it's the
of a
biggest waste of
gift
money.
ever.
Yeah, it's like just throw that in the trash instantly. But those kind of like go along with like a little bit different, but like vacation videos, and those like actually do sell. It'll be like Universal Studios like tours and like showing the
You mean
rides and
like where
stuff.
they just took it on their own video camera and this was their own personal video?
Oh, if those pop up, those would go for like those might even like cross like hundreds, like to 1,000. Like if there was some rare thing where somebody snuck in a camera and was like filming themselves at a park, that's like holy grail stuff. No, like Universal and like Disney, they like would release like tapes like themselves to like I think they would
Okay.
like send them off to people who were like maybe interested in buying like a family package or something to like come
Okay.
to their park, and it would like be hosted by some like guy, that actor that they paid or something, and he would like take you around the park and show you like different rides and like things you can experience there. But like the footage is like amazing. It'll be like, you
Oh,
know,
so this was like
rides
to
that don't
lure
exist.
you.
Yeah,
This is to lure
exactly.
you to buy a travel package kind of video.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then there's like
Okay.
there's even more rare type of videos, and it's like the videos you would get at the actual park after you rode like a ride or did something. So it'd
Mm-hmm.
be like there's like Universal Studios. It would be like you could ride this thing. Well, it wasn't even like a ride. It was like a Star Trek thing that would like let you like insert yourself into like an episode, and it was like kind of like a virtual thing that you could do. And then like when
Oh
you were
wow.
done, it's the same like principle. It's the same thing as like buying like a picture of yourself riding a roller coaster. Like they would sell you a VHS that they would like make right there on the spot, and
Mm-hmm.
like put your what you did, like it was recorded and you could buy it. And they did that with like Nickelodeon Studios has one of you getting like slimed like and stuff like that. So those are like worth a ton of money and like holy grails to people, because each one is one of one. It's like I could have 1,000 of those Nickelodeon things, and they all have
Mm-hmm.
the exact same cover, but every tape is different. And you might get
Okay.
one where the kid was like doing something stupid, and like it's just fun to watch, like all those weird like type of things. I collect those.
Oh, cool. Okay, how
Yeah.
about this then? Instructional videos that say like a medical instrument supply company would send out to doctors to get them to buy their medical equipment.
That like is another thing that's like it depends. Like it probably 95% of those are the most boring garbage. Like no one ever wants to watch them. But if you find that like amazing clip from one where like they do something weird, or like it's just some corny like stuff that's funny, like you can, honestly, like a lot of these things that we're talking about is like people would buy these type of things not for a lot of money but for like kind of cheap, and like make compilation videos like and sell those. Like a lot of people do that. It'll be like all the funny clips from these like special interest type of VHS. It's like I watched these long tapes and found what was good on them, so you don't have to. And I made like a fun video that you can buy, and like people make livings like off of that, and like
Wow.
people tour the country like screening these weird clips like and talking about them. So like,
Okay. Now you mentioned Nickelodeon.
mhm.
Maybe this is closer, but okay, think of like, Barney became such a huge video phenomenon. The Barney singing, the purple dinosaur Barney
Yep.
singing and all that. And it became like a babysitter for parents. Just sit the kids in front of Barney and they'll sit there for 4 hours transfixed. And that was so profitable. There were so many knockoffs of singing characters that parents could just, sit their kids in front of, but they were like really bad and the songs were bad and the production
Mhm.
values weren't as good. Wouldn't it just be fun to find a really bad Barney knockoff video?
Oh, there's so many, and like people collect that type of stuff and like love Just those like a lot of it's like public access like type of things where they would just rip off Barney and try and do their own like thing. I know there's like Blarney I've heard
Oh
of
no.
like is one, and like just stuff that really really ripped it off, and then there's stuff that like just used people in different kinds of suits and stuff. It's funny you mentioned Barney though. I got like a tape recently. It was like my girlfriend's sister. There was like a thing in like the 90s that you could do. You could like pay and send in like a picture of yourself, and they would like cut the head off the picture and like put you into like an episode of Barney, like
Oh
on a
my
character,
God.
so it's like just your still head, not like moving along with like a body. And like they did it with like a picture, and they sell for a ton on eBay, like over 100, like if they pop up.
Wow.
And
That's
like it's,
creepy.
yeah, it's just like most of the time it's like a baby or like a little kid, and their head is just in an episode of Barney, like dancing around, and like that kind of stuff I love. Just weird, super weird, like things that I can't believe existed, but like probably made a ton of money back in the day.
And then there's something that I don't even think these were sold in stores, which might make them valuable. But back in the day before online dating apps, this is like in the 70s and 80s, there were these video dating companies. I don't know if you're
That,
familiar, but you would
uh-huh.
actually sign up, you'd pay this company money, looking for dates. And they would actually have you sit down and do a talking head kind of interview to the video camera.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'd have like this, database or library of videos. So, say you did that and say, hey, I'm Dan and I like kooky movies and,
Mm-hmm.
walks on the beach. And I'm looking for a woman who likes to cook and sing lullabies at night or whatever.
Yeah. Those would be worth a
So,
ton if they pop
yeah.
up.
So, like,
Like,
yeah. So you could imagine these people are kind of bearing their soul in this. And I think it was just, like a private library that you'd have to actually physically go into that office and say, hey, I'm looking for, people in this age range and, show me some potential dates that I can go on. And you might
mm-hmm.
sit down and look at 10 or 20 people and say, hey, I'm interested. And they would contact those people and say, hey, so-and-so showed interest in you. Would you like to go on a date with them?
Yeah, exactly. Like I would love to find some of those, like are amazing, and are definitely like one of one, like pretty much, or like very limited if there was more copies made. The only thing about those is like the holy grail of that type of stuff is like if it hasn't already been like uploaded to YouTube or anything. Like
Mm-hmm.
I like a lot of times people will sell like say recorded off TV stuff or like these weird kind of tapes, and like they've already like uploaded them to YouTube, and like people already have just access to it, so it's like not as like cool as getting something that like no one else has seen, like that you know it's like a special
Mm-hmm.
thing. And I would love
Well,
to find some of those dating videos. If anyone listening has like
mhm.
any of those, hit me up.
Well, they'd be such a time capsule. And I think now, the current generation is so used to dating apps and putting yourself out there in that way. And, 30 or 40 years ago, people, I'm not saying they were more modest, but they weren't as willing just to put themselves out there so obviously.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was like, yeah, I agree. And social media made it 1,000 times easier for people to just be willing to do it. Once like you could witness so many people doing it, it's like okay, now it's like more and more like welcomed and like accepted to do it. So.
Well, people are so much more willing to turn themselves into a commodity now.
Mm-hmm. True.
I
Very
mean,
true.
who knows? Like in 30 years, people will look back on all the, um, what do they call them? The influencers. The people who just show up on YouTube with a channel and they say, oh, I'm into, fashion and being positive and empowerment. And, they really all look identical. There's like, 100,000 young women who all have big fake eyelashes, and talk about empowering each other by putting on lots of makeup. How will
Exactly.
we look at those people in 30 years?
Yeah. Well, like it's a toss up whether like he'll continue like going that route and like it just becomes like pretty much any like slightly attractive person like thinks that they can make money by like making their own like Instagram like popular page or whatever, or like
Hmm.
if it becomes like looked down upon eventually. But I mean, I guess if you're
And it's not
actually,
just women. I mean, it's
oh yeah,
everyone.
guys too. Oh yeah.
There's the guy. I'm giving up the rat race and I'm going to save the environment by selling everything I own and live in a van and I'm going to travel the country and show how pure I am, but I want you all to give me thousands of dollars on my Patreon account and give me stuff and endorse me. I mean, I think we're going to look back at kind of the false modesty generation that, one thinks they're so above the evils of the world, and yet they also reap the benefits of all
Oh
that at the
yeah.
same time. I think we'll
Oh
see just a
yeah.
lot of hypocrisy.
Everyone nowadays, like OnlyFans too, like has
Hmm.
become super popular, and like pretty much every person like
Oh,
is getting
speaking
one.
of, okay, how about softcore erotica? So not porn, but
Oh
there's this
sweet.
whole category, and really soft. Like maybe it was someone like, well, you talked about Tracy Lords doing an exercise video. Maybe the exercise videos that got a little sexier than the others.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that is a huge like market. There's a ton of people. It's like there's a certain group of people that collect like softcore stuff. Then there's a certain group of people that collect like softcore stuff, but it's like not movies. It'd be like In Search of the Perfect 10, and it's like a girl competition, like to
Hmm.
find like that type of stuff. And then there's also like erotic thriller collectors, and it like all blends together in like a sleazy like softcore type of like marketplace. I love that type of stuff though. I mean, there's so many like different gems and like weird, cool movies and videos and stuff. Like,
Well, when home video started catching on in the 80s, it all coincided with the rise of like the Chippendales dancers.
oh yeah, there's a bunch of Chippendales like videos like
Yeah,
too.
it's kind of funny that, why did they latch on to home video and not like there really weren't a lot of like female stripper videos at the time.
Yeah, like yeah, it's never like one like popular like female like stripper thing like it, but Chippendales is so like popular and became like such a big deal with so many different VHS and like
But
shows around.
what do you think of this as a genre? And I don't know, maybe this hit in the 90s, but with the big wrestling shows, I don't know if it's WWE or
Oh, that
what was big in the 90s?
WWF and WCW and
Okay,
like
yeah,
ECW.
WWF.
Yeah.
And remember that whole offshoot of kind of, the sexy women of wrestling like China? Weren't
Uh-huh.
they putting out these hybrid videos that weren't quite erotica, but they kind of were?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at my shelf right now and like I have a little like China section. I love wrestling. She had like the China workout.
Okay.
Then she had like a Playboy tape that was like China uncensored, and it was just like she did
Oh,
Playboy, so they
right.
did like a video. And then there's
Mm-hmm.
like the gorgeous women of wrestling or something. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then like Cancun, they like WWF put out so many videos of like the divas, the like women wrestlers, like
That's right,
just
the
doing
divas.
just
Yeah.
doing photo shoots in like Cancun and like all these places. Like I love that
Well,
stuff because I'm a huge
and
like
did that
wrestling
ever
fan.
like I think with you talked about the behind the scenes of Playboy, and they had a Playboy channel, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Playboy put out some of their programming on video. Like, didn't they have one with like Farrah Fawcett, like the
Mm-hmm.
behind the scenes of her photo layout?
Oh yeah, there's thousands and thousands of Playboy like VHS. I get them like all the time, and like certain ones like they don't like none really go for a ton of money, but certain ones like are more like wanted than others, and like there's some that like I keep that just seem like fun. Like it'll be like the Anna Nicole Smith story, like presented by Playboy. Like I like Anna
Mm-hmm.
Nicole Smith and want to like watch like a little documentary about her, so like I'll check that out. Like, and then there was like the history of like nudity or something that Playboy did, and it was just like about nudity throughout the years. And then
Mm-hmm.
like you mentioned Farrah Fawcett or Pamela Anderson videos, like they did a ton.
Well, this will kind of segue into kind of my next phase of questions, which is, anticipating, the horror genres that'll start to become collectible, like the subgenres. But let's just do a little weird segue with Cinemax. Remember when
Mm-hmm.
Cinemax would show those sexy, after dark videos that were
Uh-huh.
they
Yeah,
weren't
with like
quite
Shannon
porn.
Tweed and stuff.
Yeah, but they'd really push them pretty far with the nudity level and the
Mm-hmm.
sex. But
Yeah,
remember,
basically, yeah.
yeah, overnight Cinemax just said we're not going to show those anymore. And I think that some of those you can't find. And I don't know if they put them out on video or if the people that recorded those sell those in the, trade them or sell them or whatever their, own self-recorded ones. But when
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that dries up, that you just think is going to be there forever, and suddenly it's nowhere. It's not even on VHS.
Yeah, exactly. There's like for as many VHS as like released, there's a ton that was never released. So if you didn't see it when it aired or record it, like you'll never see it again, especially made for TV movies. And like a lot of people have like a strong affinity for those because they would like remember them like as a kid watching it in the middle of the night and like want to track it down. And when they find out like it was never released and is basically like impossible to see, it becomes like a quest. Like it's like a holy grail basically. So some of that stuff goes for a ton, like especially the obscure stuff like you mentioned.
Well, let's talk about subgenres that are especially appealing to groups of collectors. Like, I'm just going to throw some stuff out. Obviously, there's some people who love gore and obscure, really well done gore. There are people who love really well done special effects, which could be mask making or just monster making. There are people who love revenge horror. There are people who love, I mean, who was I talking to recently? The whole Carrie put upon high school student who dies, comes back as a monster and kills everyone who wronged them kind of revenge horror, and on and on. And now there's tech horror, and the 90s brought us this whole internet scare horror, like, oh my god, this demon travels through the internet wires and is going to kill you kind of horror.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is just it's a time capsule kind of thing. The 80s, early 80s slashers and the 90s internet horror and on and on. Then going into the Japanese horror remake phase. And but what are some of your favorite subgenres, and which of those do you think either are really collectible or may become more collectible in the future?
Like slashers. I feel like I'm obsessed with slashers and they go for a ton and like everyone wants them, especially like 80s and early 90s ones. And like those are the type of movies that like are 99% like fun to me. Like I can just watch them. Like it's like
Is
just
that
good.
because of the creativity of the kills?
Oh yeah, the creativity of the kills. I think it's like a simplistic, just basic plot. It's like, and chances are there's going to be nudity too. Nudity like can save a boring movie. So it's like you're just waiting for the next kill or the next like naked person, and like they're almost always fun and like seeing what they're going to do and like how they pull off an effect. Like it's great. And there were so many made because it was such a popular genre that like there's so many obscure still somehow, even with like Vinegar Syndrome and Shout Factory and stuff, still aren't on Blu-ray or DVD. So like
Don't
those
don't you
I
have a
love.
soft spot for the slashers that were made in Canada?
Oh yeah, I love, yeah. So there's a bunch of like Canadian slashers like uh
What was
My
My
Bloody
Bloody
Valentine.
Valentine?
Yeah, My Bloody
Up,
Valentine.
see,
That's
we're
a
on the same
masterpiece.
page. Yeah.
Yep. So good. Yeah, I love like there's so many Canadian like tapes and movies. There's so many obscure and like hard to find ones. Like I'm always like after stuff. Like it's weird when like it was only released in Canada and like never released in the US. So like those are big to me. Like I collect a lot of that stuff.
Well, remember in the 70s, all the Exorcist ripoffs?
Oh yeah, there's endless. Like there's so many.
And remember the one that I think it was Abby that
Yep,
they put
Abby.
out, but then they sued them and they had to pull it? Like, is there an official video release of Abby?
I don't know if there's an official one. I know there's like a 90s like bootleg one. It's funny you mentioned that too because I bought a bunch of shirts off of a guy and like there was an Abby shirt like in there. It wasn't like an original one. It was like when they did a
Hmm.
DVD release of it in like the early 2000s, but like yeah, that was definitely one. There's a lot of like stuff like that like 70s movies that was like or like VHS and then like never got like a release. But then like in the 90s, there'd be like bootlegging companies that did like mail order stuff and they would do like a tape. And it's like, it's always like gray market is like, is this official? Is it not? Like there was so many different like companies like that. And I think Abby had
Hmm.
one of those in like a clamshell. It might have been like Video Search of Miami or I forget the name of that like bootlegging company, but they like I think did like a tape run of that.
Okay. Well, here's a category I'm interested to get your take, and it's one near and dear to my heart. It's the made for TV horror from about like the late 60s to the late 70s, the made for TV.
That's huge. People like
Yeah.
Let's Scare Jessica to Death
Oh my
and like
God.
Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. Like there's so many Town That Dreaded Sundown. Like people are always after like
Because for
those.
people of my generation, we were little kids when these came on TV, and we're probably just scarred for life when we watched them.
Mm-hmm.
And they seemed so intense at the time, although now you watch them and it's like, I can manage that one. But as a kid, those have such a pull on you. And for me, it was, well, definitely Night Stalker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. And so I think for that, even if it's already out there, you can't have enough special editions or DVD extras or interviews and, just wanting to know more about it because they never got the same information the way a Hollywood movie would. So many of these directors were never really acknowledged.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. Yeah, it would air like once or twice and just be like forgotten about basically. Like, and if you caught it,
Hmm.
like it is so ingrained in your head that like it touched
Hmm.
you like so much that you really like want to track it down. It's
Right.
especially when if you saw it when you were a kid. That's the same way I am. Like stuff I caught on TV as a kid, like those are like grails and like personal favorites to me. Like,
And that's one where you might find a collector where they've, recorded it on their VCR when it showed late at night and, happened to be, on at midnight and they had their VCR set to record it.
yeah, people love when somebody finds like a tape that like is like an original broadcast like recording so it like gets the commercials so then it's like you get to relive because like for example like somebody found it was like the Twin Peaks premiere like the first
Oh,
episode and it was
wow.
like the original broadcast like recording with like the commercials. It's like well a billion people, well not a billion but a ton of people remember watching that like when it aired, so it's like you get to relive that and like see
Hmm.
exactly the like commercials that played during it and like how they aired it and stuff. So I love
Brings
things
back
like
that
that.
whole era. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, isn't that another collecting category is old TV commercials?
Oh, 1000%. Like if there's recorded tapes, the first question is, does it have commercials? Like no one even cares about what's on the actual tape for the most part. It's like if it doesn't have commercials, it becomes like so much less valuable. Like unless it's
Well,
some
you,
super
well,
rare
another
thing.
thing with those besides commercials, and this is one thing I've noticed, there's also a lot of just commercials for that network advertising their other shows.
Oh yeah, that's the best. Yeah, when you get like I'll have like stuff that was recorded from like MTV or Nickelodeon or something like around Halloween, and it'll be like, airing on Halloween. Like we have like a Halloween block of like blah blah blah. It's like those are the like best things because they're gone. Like you can't find those type of commercials anywhere.
Oh my goodness. Well, before we move on, try to predict of the current stuff out there, even though it's probably streaming on Netflix or Amazon or somewhere. It may never see a VHS release. What is the genre from, say, the past 5 to 10 years, or even going on right now, that you think will have some lasting value? What horror subgenre are you liking? What's gonna save horror from this glut of stuff that's not bad enough to be good, and it's just not vintage enough to be collectible?
Hmm. Bad enough. I guess like the stuff. That's tough. I would say like my personal like favorite stuff is stuff that like is actually fun. I'm not like too big on like how a lot of like recent horror movies are like it all feels like a ripoff of like Rosemary's Baby to me. Like it's a lot of like slow building like stuff, Hereditary and that type of stuff. It's like when I'm watching like a newer horror movie, I like more so want to have fun because like a lot of times it's just like I don't know. So maybe like stuff that's like influenced by like Lynch and like I also obviously I like Stranger Things too. Like that's just like enjoyable to watch. I don't know. I'm big into like teenage stuff too. So like anytime there's a good like The Babysitter, I actually like dug that. Like I don't know. Those are the type of like genres that I like subgenres of horror that like I'm into. Like though, I mean, I don't watch a ton of like new horror. Well, I actually never mind, I do. But like I don't love a ton of new horror, I should say.
Hmm. Do you like found footage?
Uh Not really. Like I watch like pretty much all of it, like everything that comes out. Like I'm not too big into it. Like I know a lot of my friends like are into it. Like I don't even like Blair Witch Project, even though that's probably like blasphemy, like to say. But like I respect it, obviously. But like I'm
Hmm.
not too into that one.
Hmm. By the way, I just have to interject because I'm looking at my note here. So I wanted to bring up this one movie, and I don't even know if I got the title right. When you remember a movie and it's like a fever dream, and you can't even remember if it was real or you just dreamt it. This
Oh yeah, definitely.
this was like that, and I think it's had like a restored DVD release, probably on Vinegar Syndrome. But before it came out, for some reason, I happened upon this on YouTube, just out of the blue. I didn't even know if I was aware this movie existed. And I just loved it. And I want to say it was called Abomination.
Oh yeah, Abomination. Super good.
Is
Love
it
that
okay?
movie.
If it's the one I'm thinking, where there supposedly this is like a brothel, although it looks like someone's suburban house. And there's the woman who's like the madam, and she has a couple prostitutes and some customers. And then like one of the prostitutes is pregnant and tries to give herself an abortion or something, and the fetus goes down the toilet, but down in the drain or in the sewer it grows and comes back and covers the house and all this weird stuff. Is that the one?
I don't even know. Like, it's been so long since I've seen it. It's like the beginning of what you started saying, like, didn't register with me at all. But then when you mentioned, like, it coming back to the house and there being, like, a lot of effects and stuff, that sounds like maybe I just forgot what happens at the beginning and remember, like, it's filled with tons of crazy effects. It definitely takes place in, like, a house and there's, like, creature, like, and I think there's like something with like the drain of like the sink, if I remember
Mm-hmm.
correctly. I think it was like shot on like 8 millimeter or something. Like it was not shot on video, but it was like kind of getting in that like realm of like low budget. So I
Now
think
wait
that
a
is the movie.
minute. I'm cheating now. I normally don't do this, but I had to go online, so I'm looking this up. So I found Abomination. That's a different one. That's got a woman with a tumor and she vomits it up. and it grows into a creature and it's inside, I don't know, her son's body or something.
Yep.
That's not the one. Okay. I'm thinking of another one. There can't be two movies called Abomination.
Oh,
What
I
a,
mean, there's probably like 20 movies called it, like, but there could be a movie called Abomination and then like The Abomination or something, like,
I have
and
to find this right now, but while I'm looking for it, see, the reason I liked it, they were really ambitious, very low budget, but they tried to do really elaborate special effects.
that's the best when that happens.
Yeah, and I kind of appreciated that. Like, there's supposedly like this creature put this big thing around the house, like living tissue, like living, breathing tissue, but it's almost like they just wrapped it in a whole bunch of plastic and fabric.
hmm
They obviously didn't pull it off, but in their own weird way, they did because they did it with such, conviction.
Yeah, it's like the best when you know you're watching a movie where it's like the director had something in mind and there was like no way to figure out how to do it. So he just had to like come up with a way to do it. Like you basically
Hmm.
just had to figure it out because there was no internet, like, and it was a low budget movie. There's like not people you can ask, and like they just did it, and those are the best kind of effects. Like I love when I'm watching like a movie and like randomly like the director like pulls out some stop motion like insane stuff, or like just some crazy like monster or like creature effect. It's like they really like went all out for this, and I love that kind of stuff.
Well, another thing I like about the movie is the performances. They're what I like to call unhinged performances.
It's
And
great.
and and it's not just one where, people are screaming, because I actually hate the teen horror where they're just screaming at each other all the time.
Uh-huh. I
This
love
is one where,
that.
they really try to like act, and some of them actually, what's weird is in some of these movies, sometimes you actually do accidentally get some good acting,
hmm Oh
but it's
yeah.
usually, yeah, and it's coupled with bad, but just certain characters and the actors who play them are so fun to go along on this ride with, and all this inner rivalry. And when this thing's broken loose, it's almost like they're all huddled inside, barricading inside this house, and even though they don't like each other, they have to cooperate with each other to live.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I love that. Like
Oh yeah.
that.
but but I think sometimes too, when the premise is so out there, I mean, an aborted fetus going down the drain to the sewer, surviving, and then maybe there may have been some convoluted, like, toxic sludge that it went through, or, some reason for this accelerated growth in just like an hour.
Oh yeah. I'm like trying to think. There's like a whole subgenre of like killer babies and like baby related like horror, and there's a ton of them.
Hmm.
But like I'm trying to think what movie like
Oh my God, the baby horror. Well,
The
uh,
Unborn could be
the
one.
unborn.
Night Feeder is like another super obscure one.
I found this
It's
one.
Alive.
Oh, I love It's Alive. Oh my God,
Yeah,
that
same.
that affected my childhood, let me tell you.
That movie's
Okay,
great.
the one that I'm remembering was called The Suckling.
Oh yeah, The Suckling. Okay, I have that. I haven't watched it though. It's
And I
rare.
and I'm shocked because it says it came out in 1990.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a 90s one. Yeah.
So here's the IMDb, their one sentence description. A pregnant woman reluctantly goes to an illegal abortion clinic, which also doubles as a brothel, only to have her aborted, mutated fetus attack everyone at the clinic.
Oh, well, that's literally exactly what you described. That's funny.
I mean, isn't
That's
that
great.
just the best kind of one line premise?
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like the longer, like when you get to like 1990 and like 91, it's like so much had already been done that they like, I feel like a lot of movies tried to take it to like that next level, and that sounds like one of them that like they were like, okay, like we need to like do something crazy that stands out, and like describing that movie with one sentence, it's like anyone who hears that likes horror movies needs to see it, you know? Like it's just a
I
grabbing description.
I mean, they had me at illegal abortion clinic that doubles as a brothel.
Yeah, I know. I want to know like exactly how that even like happens, and like it just sounds great. I'll have to watch it ASAP.
Oh my God. See, I think to me, that's the whole idea of seeking out low budget horror. It's this whole treasure hunt that you're just always hoping that that next one will be this undiscovered gem.
Oh, I agree. Like that's how I am. Like it's same with like foreign movies and just anything. Like I'm always like hoping to just discover something that's like amazing and like becomes one of my like personal favorites, like that I haven't like seen or that like not a lot of people have seen.
Well, what's one for you since that must be very hard since you own and have seen absolutely everything that has ever been produced.
Oh, there's so much I need to see, but like
Have you recently, like in the last year, been surprised by something you had never seen before?
seen before, like VHS wise or just anything.
Just movie wise, but in the horror genre.
In the horror genre, let me think. There's so much. Like I watched like Demon Warp, and I had heard like that was like supposed to be good, but I didn't really know like anything about it. And like that movie blew me away. It was like basically like five different subgenres in one thing, like a Bigfoot movie, zombies, a slasher movie. Like it was so fun, like just a perfect like 80s horror. Um,
Okay, on the spot here. What did you think of the remake of Suspiria?
I liked it. It was like something I'll never watch again and like didn't need to be made. And like the original Suspiria is one of the best things ever. So I was like, oh, that reminds me of another movie that I watched recently that was good. It was like The Black Cat from 1989. And it was made by, it came out on Blu-ray from like Severin, I think, and it was made by the guy who did like this movie Contamination. But it was like at first I didn't like love it, but it has a lot to do with Suspiria, and they steal like the score from like the original Suspiria in it too. It's hilarious. But like at first I didn't love it, and then like each day that passed, I'm like, okay, yeah, that movie was amazing, and I like recommended it to a billion different people. Like it's so good. Oh, and that's another like, even though like Severin, I like them, but I think they released like a ton of stuff recently that I haven't liked and have been annoyed. But they released V, is VIY, and it was like an old foreign like movie that's insane. If anyone listening hasn't seen that movie, like trust me, that's beyond a masterpiece. That's like I think it's like a Czech movie from like the six like 69 or something, but like the ending is will just blow anyone away. It's genuinely like creepy and scary. The effects are like, crazy. Like it's so
Okay.
good.
Well, here's a question, and I know there's a lot of VHS copies out there. Everyone hates like all the Hellraiser sequels after the third one,
Hmm.
but as they deteriorate with each one, they also take on a really interesting quality in just how you can't believe this is the same series.
Hmm. Yeah, the funny thing about that, I watched all of them. I watched through them all with my friend, and like, I actually don't even like the first Hellraiser. I've never like liked. I didn't like any of the Hellraiser movies, and I watched every single one. The first one's like okay, but hold on, I actually have like a standee for it, so I want to make sure I'm saying the right one. I think it's Hellseeker. Let me like
Yes.
walk over into the look at this thing that's like slightly turned. Um. Yeah. Oh wait, is it Bloodline? I don't even know what it is. Well, there's one that like is
Well,
like a slasher.
Bloodline goes back to the original toy maker, and then I think they end up in outer space. That one.
Oh, okay, it's not that one. This one is like more of a slasher movie. I think it's Hellseeker maybe, and it might have something to do with like the internet too. It's been a while since I've seen it, but like
Right.
there was one that like is kind of what I wanted like all of them to be. Like it was just like kind of like a fun generic like 90s slasher movie, and it was like actually enjoyable. The rest like I feel like it would just bored me. It was like it's just like a decent effect and then like a bunch of boring stuff and then like a good effect. I don't know. I just never have loved those movies for some reason. Same with Children of the
Hmm.
Corn. I watched that
Hmm.
whole series and hated just every single one of them. But I like to just torture myself by watching like long movie series that like I'm not a fan of.
Oh, that's so funny. What do you think of the gimmick ones, like after Friday the 13th, and then there was Happy Birthday to Me, New Year's Evil, and all the holiday ones. Do
Oh,
you
I love
think that
those.
are there any obscure holiday ones that I have not heard of that you've maybe have found somewhere?
I mentioned like Haunted Ween. That one is a masterpiece. It takes place on Halloween. It's so good. And it's like I think it was ripped off by a movie that I saw, but I forget the name. It's like they like make a haunted house and like
Mhm.
everyone thinks it's like fake, but like people are actually being killed, but they think it's like part of the haunted house. And I
Okay.
think that and it's like so good. And I think like the director actually died recently, which is sad. But there is like a DVD out there of it maybe. Um, then there's a movie called Teen Alien that takes place on Halloween. It was from like '79, and like I didn't expect like anything from it, and it ended up being like super fun and just like just a good. I like movies that take place on Halloween. And then Midnight Hour, which I think I mentioned earlier. That's like a TV movie, and that
Is
needs a
that the
Blu-ray.
one where they do the kind of thriller-ish kind of dance scene?
Yep, that's it. It's literally like
And
take
Sherry Belafonte Harper.
yeah, they take like Thriller and like American Graffiti, and like that's the movie pretty much. Like it's
Hmm.
so good. Such a good soundtrack. They had the Smiths like are on the soundtrack, and it's like one of the best scenes ever. It's like a slow motion like attack, and like all these like wine bottles are like popping. It's like a masterpiece.
What did
Trying
you
to think.
think of the first Elvira movie?
Oh, I love that movie. I love
So much
that so
fun.
much.
Because
Yeah,
that
it's
really captured the whole fun of the lighter side of horror.
oh yeah, it's perfect. Like I just she nailed it like with that movie. Like she did everything like too. Like it was exactly
Hmm.
like the character style of humor. It was just a fun movie. Like that type of stuff I love.
Well, we're going to move into your wish list. Here I did take some good notes, but it's funny if people go to your Facebook page, Dan Kinem. I don't know how I found this if you just click on stuff, but you have like your lists of see all 33 of these movies before I kill you. That's one of your categories.
Oh what? I don't even remember that. I wonder what's on there.
This was
That's
back in October of 2009, so 11
oh
years
my
ago.
god. That that's funny. I wonder
You're
what's on
saying,
there.
but it's a combination of both horror films, but also art house and foreign films.
Mm,
Like besides Cannibal Holocaust and Evil Dead 2 and Back to the Future 2, you mentioned Dancer in the Dark, Buffalo 66, that obscure Object of Desire, which I
that
believe was
is
a French film.
that's beyond a masterpiece. That movie is so good, and they're releasing it on Blu-ray. Criterion is in a box set finally. That's like an
Oh my God.
if you haven't seen that, like everyone should see it. Like it's the type of movie that you don't need to like foreign movies. I feel like to love. So good.
Well, you have two Bergman films, Fanny and Alexander,
Yeah, that's my favorite movie ever.
which I saw in the theater when that first came out back in the
Wow,
80s.
that's I my girlfriend like 2 years ago in Cleveland, like an art house did like a screening of it and like she took me to it. It like was on my actual birthday too. It was the weird
Oh, wow.
coincidence. But yeah, I love that movie.
And then your other one you listed, which a lot of people don't know as much with Bergman, is Scenes from a Marriage.
Oh, so good. I'm actually surprised that I didn't list Persona like as the other like Bergman on that list, but like Scenes from a Marriage is probably maybe my second favorite. It's so good.
Well, let me tell you, I saw that at an art house theater in the early 80s, and they were doing a double feature with that and Bergman's Cries and Whispers.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
And I was just talking with someone about that recently, and what I kind of realized after the fact, that version of Scenes from a Marriage, that had originally been a mini series on TV in Norway or
Mm-hmm.
or I don't know,
Sweden.
Sweden
Yeah.
or both. Who knows? Because Bergman was Swedish,
Uh-huh.
so probably Swedish television. But evidently, the movie was the mini series edited together, so they may have even I don't know if they condensed it or what, but
Yeah, they did it
regardless, it
like
was a
shorter
long
version.
movie.
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
yeah. It's same with Fanny and Alexander. Like that was a like the like the TV version of it is like what my favorite movie is, but they did like a theatrical version of it that's still like 3 hours long, but like the TV
Mhm.
version's like 5.5 or something. And that's what they
Wow.
showed in like when I went to see it is the TV version. So there's like an intermission, like we like had enough time to go get like food in the middle of it, like
Hmm.
and then they like finished it. But yeah, I love Bergman. He might be my favorite director. Like I've listed him as my favorite director before. He
Oh.
probably still is.
Well, my favorite Bergman is Autumn Sonata.
Oh, okay, nice. That's like not as common as most people
Hmm.
say as their like favorite Bergman. That's like a good one though.
Yeah. It also Cries and Whispers has a theme of sibling with an illness and sacrifice and family conflict and nonstop tension and unresolved bitterness.
Oh yeah, that's just Bergman like summed up in one like sentence. That's like every single movie. If you don't get at least half of what you just said, like
Mhm.
then like a questioning God's existence and like why you're here and like there's so much like that he does like that's great.
I don't know if you've seen this. If you love foreign film, this is a must. Please tell me you've seen it. Have you seen Babette's Feast?
No, I haven't seen it.
Well, get a pen and paper. You have to write this down and make a point
Okay.
to watch it. And if you find a video to actually own it, I do every now and then see that on VHS secondhand. Because I think it got some prominence. It's not a Bergman film, but it's if you like Bergman, I think you would like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it had prominence because I think it was nominated for Best Foreign Film that year.
Okay, nice. I'll add it to I have like a watch list of movies that I need to see. I'll add it to it.
And report back, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. It's a simple movie, but it grows and grows, and it has a very satisfying ending.
Okay, nice.
So
I
another
can
one you
consider it.
recommended, Scorpio Rising.
Oh, wow, I put that on there. Well, I guess like yeah, I guess I could see why like I love that movie so much.
Because I first saw that on VHS, probably in the either late 80s, early 90s. But to me, that brings back Mystic Fire video.
Oh yeah, Mystic Fire. They released like all of Kenneth Anger's stuff and a ton of other like art house like oddities and like shorts and stuff.
Foreign.
Yep, they're great.
So would you say that's a really collectible label if you find it?
Like it's surprisingly not. Well, it's like is, but like not like people do collect it, but it doesn't like sell for a ton or anything. Like, but if anyone like sees it, they grab it normally. I think it's like
Throw out some labels, both horror and it could be non-horror, but we all know about Lightning Video, which of
mm-hmm.
course, you guys talk about in your documentary. But what are the other ones?
Oh, there's so many. It'd be like Donna Michelle is one. They released Abomination and like Wood Chipper Massacre. It's like a lot of the like most popular labels is like and the most like valuable and like collected ones are ones that you like see an end in sight once you start collecting it. Like there's a finite like number. So it's like Donna Michelle. I forget how many they have, like 8 or 9 tapes. So it's like realistically you might be able to get all of them and like that's a good feeling. Camp Video is another one. Mogul. There's so many. AVEC, North American, Cinema Home Video, V2V Air. Um, like I collect a bunch of like weird ones that don't have that many like releases, like Chamber of Horrors and World Premiere. There's just so tapeworm. Like
Now
it's
is
endless.
Tapeworm both a video label and a distributor?
Like, well, I like. What do you mean? Like, I don't
Because
think they
I
distribute.
remember Tapeworm. There was a distributor called Tapeworm in the '90s that did indie and kind of low budget stuff.
Yeah, I think that one might be like different.
Okay.
Well, like, so, well, when you search it, well, there'll be a bunch of like weird stuff that like comes up as like being like distributed by like a company called Tapeworm, but then when you like look at it, it's like not the exact thing. I don't know if it had any connection, but it like doesn't have like the logo or like doesn't have the like same like copyright type stuff on it. So I'm like, I never know if that's
Mhm.
the exact same, but if the company, like if the release has like a little worm on it, then like
Okay.
that's the one, that's the like one that I collect. They put out like lunch meat and like a bunch
Hmm.
of Scared Alive and stuff, some good ones.
And who put out like all those great, early to mid '90s shot on horror, like oh, the stuff that, remember the whole like SVHS horror?
Oh yeah.
There's a couple of filmmakers that really specialized in that. Who am I thinking of? Like who made
Book
Dead Next Door?
Yeah, Book Walter. He
Yes,
did. Yeah, he ran like Tempe Cinema Home Video.
that's
Like,
it.
yeah,
Yes.
like him and like David Dakota. Those are like two major like players of like doing like running companies and stuff of that type at that time period. And those are all Video Outlaw. They're super like highly collectible.
Okay,
And
Video Outlaw, was that a label?
yeah, that was the label. Those are like all pretty much every release is like $100 plus. Like the most common ones are like around 100, and then they get up to like 400, 500 for some of like the super hard to find ones and like crazy ones.
Hmm. Well, they both had connections with Full Moon.
Hmm.
Does original Full Moon on VHS have a lot of collectible value now?
Not a lot. Well, like Charles Band, who like ran Full Moon, he did like Meta, like which turned into Media, and he did like Wizard Video, and he also did Lightning. And so like there's all across basically Charles Band had his like hand in a ton of stuff that's like worth money and highly collectible, like at that early time period of stuff. But like Full Moon is probably his least, like they sell for like 10 to 20 for like
Okay.
stuff like a Puppet Master movie or like Arcade or Robot Jocks or whatever, like those type of
Hmm.
movies like are all in that range. But some like Wizard stuff is like 50 to 100. Some like meta stuff can be like over 100. One movie I was going to mention when you mentioned like doing like that you were into like disco, Nocturna. Do you know that movie?
Oh, yes, and I don't know if I was watching your video. Maybe it was on one of your YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see that because I was in high school when that movie came out, and I was conscious of it. I don't think it played in Seattle, but I remember seeing the album in stores.
Uh-huh, yeah, I have the album too, yeah. And I
And
think you would be into that one a lot.
because I remember Vicky Sue Robinson had a song in that.
Oh, really?
She
Nice.
she was a popular singer in the late '70s, and I just remember I've got a friend who collects horror who has the Nocturna album also. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if he had the video, but was that on DVD or VHS? You had that?
I have the VHS. It's like
Wow.
an early like media tape, like so it's like really early and it's hard to find too. Really hard to find. I don't think it's on DVD yet, unless it's like some gray market like bootleggy type of one. It definitely doesn't have an official like special edition or anything.
Well, I'm gonna have to connect you to my friend that collects disco horror and especially like disco vampire stuff.
Oh, nice. That's
Because in the
awesome.
late '70s, there's this whole little disco subgenres like vampire disco.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's that's amazing.
It
That's like
is. And so I think that's what I love about this when subgenres can get so specific.
oh yeah. I agree. Like that's like one of the most specific like genres you could want to collect, but it's like amazing that like it's somebody can collect that like and that it's like there's enough to it that like it's, something that's even like mentioned and talked about. Like it's fun.
Okay, so now we're going to do in quick succession since you evidently wrote this many years ago. I hope probably none of it is relevant now, but you had a thing where you listed the movies you most wanted to find.
Oh,
And I'm going
really?
to read them off and see, since you first wrote this, how many of these that you actually found since then.
Okay.
And here I've been moving around this page. And so where did it go? I just had it here. It's all on your page. But okay, you had best worst films of the decade, which you wrote back in 2010. So I won't go into that. I'll just do one or two. Your top film of the decade was Almost Famous.
Oh yeah, that's still like the untitled version of it, like the longer like cut is still my second favorite like movie. Like just
Nice.
because I like connect to that one like so much and love it. It's so easy to rewatch and funny and just
I
great
can you
soundtrack,
believe that's
everything.
20 years old now? It came out 20 years ago.
I know it's insane. I remember like I had it on DVD like when it came out and like I was going through, I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch every DVD I haven't watched like alphabetically because I had all my DVDs alphabetical, and that was like it was like the second movie or something, and like this was in like 2001 or two when I first saw it, and like I was just so happy, blown away, like because I was like would write for like the newspaper, and I was big and like huge into music, obviously, and just the cast, everything. Jason Lee, like it's just I love that movie so much.
It was good, and I think it's probably the most bearable performance by Goldie Hawn's daughter I've ever seen.
Yeah, I like her, but like off the top of my head, the only thing I can think of that she's in is that. Like I know she's in a billion like random movies, some like Matthew McConaughey like thing. I don't like, but yeah, I like her just for that performance, pretty much. Like
You
she's
know,
great.
I'm kind of ragging on her. I mean, I do like her, and she's a good actress, but she was, she had such a great fun edge in that, and then they forced her to become the new rom-com queen.
Oh, okay, yeah, that must be the Matthew McConaughey thing I'm thinking of. Like that was feeling a romantic comedy that they were in together or something.
Right, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days or
Oh
something.
wow, yeah, that's it.
They're
That's
actually in
funny.
two movies together. They did that one, Sahara.
Oh my God, she's in that. Wow, I have yeah. Okay,
That's one where they're
that's
in
funny.
scuba suits together and being beautiful amongst the water.
That's funny.
Well, if I can't find this, we'll move on. But while we've been doing this, did you go to your Facebook page and erase this?
No, I actually probably know the list you're talking about, and like I don't know how to find it, but I like found it at one point and like screenshotted it and added it to my like wish list folder like on my phone just because there was like some stuff that like I still wanted to like look through it just in case. And like I can tell you probably off the top of my head like 75 or like 80% of it I've found, but there's still
Okay.
like
Oh,
there's
I found it here. It's actually on
okay.
the VHShitfest site.
Oh wow, yeah, you're right. Okay, it is on Facebook too though somewhere, but yeah, it's on there too.
So I'm
All
just
right,
going
give
to
me.
go by real quickly, and you just quickly say yes or no if you have acquired it since then.
Okay.
Okay. Carnival of Souls,
Yes.
Missing Children / Street Runner.
That's my absolute holy grail. I still haven't found it. If
And then,
anyone on Earth has it, I only know of one person who has it and they won't sell it.
okay, not to be confused with just the Hawkwell releasing Missing Children on its own.
Uh-huh, yeah, that's like I know of one person who has that. So like the one that double feature that was discovered and I wanted that so bad and like basically got completely like screwed out of getting it and was so upset by it. I haven't found it since. And then like a year later, somebody found like just one of those movies released by itself on that Hawkwell company, the crazy thing about that though is you mentioned like Cards of Death earlier that
Hmm.
Bleeding Skull released. That like the director was like, yeah, that was never released. The release like by Bleeding Skull was like, yeah, that like doesn't like it never came out on VHS. This is the first time, and I found well like one person found it and I got it. Release of Cards of Death that and it was released by that Hawkwell releasing company. So like I
Oh,
was
wow.
blown away. It's definitely like my rarest tape. Like it, but like the
Wow.
fact it was released by that same company that like released that Missing Children, like I want that so bad.
What a small little insulated world it is.
I know it's crazy.
I hope this is correct. Is it Chuper?
Yeah, Trooper, and I still haven't found that, and that's very like annoying because it's like not that rare. Like it is super rare, but like I don't even know why like people want it that much. It's like a big box, and it's like on a company that like I collect, and it's
Premier
frustrating that I haven't.
Entertainment?
Yeah, it's frustrating that I haven't got it yet.
Does Premier Entertainment do a lot of rare things?
Yeah, and they only did like 8 things total or something like that, and I have like 7 of them. So like once I get that, I'll be very happy. I think there's like one other thing on the list that I like might still need to by then, but I forget.
So the Chamber of Horrors big box version of Dementia 13.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, another Chamber of Horrors title, Shock.
Yeah, I got that. I got everything on Chamber of Horrors. Like I'm done with that finally. I think I'm the only person with all of them. If I'm 9. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. Wait, there's one other person with all of them. I think that I've seen at least.
Blue Murder on CVN Communications.
Oh, that is so annoying that I don't have that yet.
So you
That
actually don't have a lot of these.
Oh well, when you get like deeper, like pretty, I swear, like if I'm remembering correctly, like soon I almost got every single thing. Like once it gets to those lists that are like thicker lists of just like random stuff I need, like I got like all that stuff. But like these early things that are on the list, like there's some that I've like missed out. There's one that somebody has and like he wants too much for it, so I just don't want to pay it. So it's not even like that I
Right.
can't get it. It's just I don't want to pay the price like right this second for it. I'll find it cheaper eventually.
Sure. Okay. Ashes to Ashes, Red Room Productions.
That I can't even believe that was on the list. I can't believe I knew about it that long ago. That I finally got that this year and that took so much work and effort. Like I was so happy to get that. Like I never thought I would in a million years. So like I was super excited about that. So rare.
So how'd you finally find it?
Well, basically, I reached out to every single person involved in the movie, and everyone was just like, "Yeah, no, I don't have it. Haven't seen it in forever." And like, I randomly was like looking up the town that it was like filmed in. It was somewhere in Wisconsin, and like found somebody that was like a mutual friend of somebody else who worked on the movie. Messaged that guy. He's like, "I think I might know somebody." He like gave me the phone number of some other person, and I don't even know the person's name. Like, we never like even introduced ourselves. He's like, I have it somewhere and I'll find it for you. Seriously, like 2 or 3 years of me like texting this guy, being like, have you found it yet? Have you found it yet? He like found a DVD last year. I'm like, how do you, like that he made himself? I'm like, okay, he found a DVD. Like he definitely doesn't have the tape. Like he must have thrown it out or something. And then I was like, one last time I'll text this guy. He's probably so annoyed. And I texted him like earlier this year, like 5 months ago or something, and was like, hey, did you like find that VHS? He's like, thank God you like texted me. I lost your number, but I did find it. I'm like, I just dropped the phone. I'm like, are you serious? I was like, send me a
Mhm.
picture immediately. I needed to know that it had like the cover because I thought maybe he would just have like a blank tape that had the movie on it or something. And he sent me a picture. I was like, this is the best day ever. And I got it. Like
Wow.
we worked out like a deal. I'm like, because I originally years ago, I'm like, if you when he got, I could tell he was probably getting annoyed that I kept texting him. I'm like, trust me, I'll make it worth your while. Like, I'll pay you well if like you can find it. So like, I ended up giving him like 200 when he did find it. I'm like, for all like the searching and like effort that you put into this, like, I'm gonna give you like a good amount, like because like obviously like I want this so bad.
So what does it feel like when you've been searching so long and you finally get that rare title after the exuberant feeling and the elation, then when do you come crashing down and have buyer's remorse?
Oh, I never have buyer's remorse. Like honestly, like the funny thing is like it's like the anticipation of getting it in the mail and like finally having it, and then I seriously like look at it for like maybe a day. I'm just like so happy, and then it's like instantly I'm like I need to like the next thing is like now I need to like I'm so happy I got it, but what's the next like thing I need to hunt down and like try and focus on? Like it's never ending. Like there's so much I need. And
When you get
like
something that prized, do you actually watch it?
uh well like there's a it's not that I won't watch it, but like a lot of things I don't like get to right away. Like I have there's certain things I'm like just saving. Like I almost don't want to watch it because it's like I don't want it to just be complete trash, and then I'm like, well, it's cool to have. Like, I'd almost rather just like think that it's like the best thing ever without having watched it. But I do eventually get around to watching like the super rare stuff I get, and there's some that I'm like waiting for like a rainy day where I can like maybe do like a review or something like special with it.
Hmm.
Like,
Is that something recent enough where you could look up the makers of Ashes to Ashes and interview them for your about to be resurrected tape mold zine?
well, the weird thing about that is I think like the people who made it are like annoyed with me. Well, not like annoyed, but I just like messaged them so many times because I just asked them about something else recently and like they
Hmm.
read it and like said nothing. But originally, when I first messaged them, like 5, 6, 7 years ago or whatever, they were a lot more like talkative. So like maybe not them, but a lot of time I talked to a lot of people who were involved in the movie that like I could interview if I wanted to do like a whole zine like focused on it. And I think the directors I think it's like a shared account with like the guy and his wife is what it is, and maybe like they read it and like I don't know what's up with that, but I think I could interview them no problem if I wanted to, and maybe I will, and then
Hmm.
review the movie too. Like that would be like cool
Well, they
because
have to admire your tenacity.
oh, that's why I always say when I feel like I'm annoying somebody searching for a movie, I'm like, well, at least you know, like I'm passionate about it that I keep like messaging you like once every couple months, like for years. So
And you're Dan Kinem, maker of Adjust Your Tracking, damn it.
yeah, that's fun. Like, it depends on the situation whether I like even bring that up because like it's like once in a universe I'll bring. I normally don't bring it up ever. I just say like I'm a huge like VHS collector, unless I feel like maybe bringing up the fact that I also make movies will like work in my favor. Like, you know what I'm saying? But if I feel like it might hurt my like chance of finding it, like if they might look up like adjust tracking and be like, there's a whole collecting like world of this, maybe like I should keep this and like bootleg it or like something. Like sometimes people get like want like a crazy amount more than it's worth or like just I don't know. I it
Or maybe
depends
they
on
think, oh, that box of old tapes in the garage we couldn't sell are now worth $100 each.
exactly. Yeah, I don't want them to just like. I also had to remove like VHShitfest from like my like PayPal and like my email. Well, did I remove it from my email? I like removed it from a bunch of stuff because like that was actually hurting me too because like people thought I just wanted their movies to like trash them or something like that. I thought they were like shit, which then I would have to like explain. Like I paid some guy and then like he got it and it was like from VHShitfest. He's like started to act like he didn't want to send it. He's like, "Wait, what are you doing with this movie? Like, are you like going to like post clips and like make fun of it?" I'm like, "No, like I'm
Well,
about
let's
like if
talk about that for a moment. Because I remember when I first went to the site and, oh, VHS Hit Fest. Oh, these are
mm,
hits. They love
yeah,
it.
that's
Then it's like,
yeah,
oh,
some
it's a shit fest. I get it. But then when I read the stuff, I realized you had a love for these low budget works and that
oh
you
yeah, it's
were very nice about it.
yeah, like even if I'm like trashing the movie, it's like it's in my collection for life. Like I'm not getting like it's like just I love having it and I love that it exists. Like I can review a movie and be like, it's not good, but I still love it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no one
Well,
should take it as like,
can we get psychological for a minute?
Yeah, do
Because,
it.
and I know what this is like. If you're a shot on video filmmaker with no budget from the 80s and 90s, everyone hated you. There
Oh
was
yeah, 1000%.
the ironic appreciation. There was no hipster rediscovery of you the first time
Hmm.
around. It was just like, oh, you're just making crap. We hate you.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
So I think it's taken some of these filmmakers a little longer for it to sink in that they're not being set up, for
Uh-huh.
disappointment. It's like, no, these people actually really appreciate your movies. And it's like, really? Are you sure? You're this isn't some big prank, is it?
Yeah, I have to like convince them, like, because sometimes I'll be looking for a movie that I've never seen, and they'll be like, "Well, have you seen it?" And I'm like, "No," and they're like, "Well, don't get your hopes up. Like, it's not good." I'm like, "Trust me, like, I'll like it." Like, he's like, when I'm saying it's like a holy grail or like something that I've been looking for forever, they're like, "Well, like, you haven't even watched it." So, but I'm like, "Trust me, this is the type of stuff I like,
Hmm.
just based on like the cover or like the plot or just how like insane
So,
it looks. I
so
can tell that I'll like it."
right, right. So out of these filmmakers you've tracked down and talked to, the writer directors of these gems, how many, or if any, have you come across where they, actually really tried to make something good, even though it's rough around the edges, and were devastated at how people received it the first time around, and that just caused them to give up and say, I can't take this. I love filmmaking, but I quit because people were so brutal in how they reacted to this film.
Like, a lot of them, I'm not like sure 1000% that that's like what their mindset was or like what happened exactly, but I would say 90% at least only made one movie and then we're done. So like, whether that's because like it was a failure and everyone hated it, or because it was like too hard, or they just had one idea that they wanted to do, like most of these obscure movies, like when a director made a bunch of movies, chances are like they're like his stuff isn't that obscure. Like normally if like somebody's still working today, like making low budget horror movies, then like his early stuff is like more known. It's like finding those people that just made that one movie, like that might have been panned, like that. I just found one, and the guy like hated it so much he never even like gave the copies out, and like he's like wants to re-edit it. I'm like, no. I'm like, I need the original, like, and he's like thinking right now if he's like willing to like let me get one of the original ones. I'm like praying to God he does. And
Is
it's
this
like
to
something.
release on your label?
No, well, like I have like too much like release plans like currently. I need to
So
like
you
get
just
the.
want to get this from him just to view
Oh
for
yeah,
your
just
own
a view, and
personal.
just to yeah, just to have it. I mean, like
Okay.
if in like 5 years I like message them again and I'm like, well, do you have any like, do you want to release this or anything? Like maybe I do that, but like it's completely random, honestly. Like what movies I choose to like put out. I mean, obviously it's like movies I
But
like, but
right.
like it's
So
like
what's
I
happened
like a
with
ton of them.
that? Because it's
Oh
your website's kind of dormant,
yeah,
you
well, the
know.
website actually got like take it. I don't even have access to the website anymore. The VHShitfest one, um, like the URL like expired, and I went to like re-upload it, and somebody else like took it. It's the weirdest thing ever, though. They left like everything pretty much the same on the website, but it's like a slightly weird like
Well, because
layout.
I'm seeing this on Tumblr. Is this what you're talking about?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one I have access to. That's the
Yeah.
weird thing about it. Though, like, I mirrored it through Tumblr to, like, be just vhshitfest.com. So it's
Okay.
like if you type in vhshitfest.com, I don't own that URL and I don't have access to, like, editing it. So anyone who
Uh,
goes to vhshitfest.com, it's like, it's going to be the same forever because I don't have a clue who's paying to, like, have that website and they can't figure it out. But if you go to vhshitfest.tumblr.com, that one I can edit. So it's like
okay.
weird.
That's where I found this list. That's what I've been looking at.
Yeah, so like that's a whole weird thing. But yeah, I still like adjustyourtracking.com is where like I sell the stuff, but I might make like a new website to just encapsulate everything like I do.
This is important to know because you've got fans. They look up to you kind of as a leader in this. They need to see some definitive website from you.
Oh yeah, I agree 1000%. I was so like annoyed when I like found that, and like I think GoDaddy, they like offer something where you can pay and they'll
Bite
like,
back.
well, they'll like reach out to the person who owns it privately and like see, but swear it probably is like some weird scam. Uh like I have no clue who would have bought it and like left it the way it is and who keeps paying for it, other than maybe GoDaddy did it themselves and like wants you to pay to like get it back. And I don't know, it's just something's up with it, but I might make
Okay. How
like
does
some
this
new thing.
sound? Because, the second time around, now you've kind of rebolstered yourself. Even though you put out the old stuff, why not reinvent yourself for the new releases? I think why not the obvious and just, go with like tape mold video or something, back where you
Oh yeah.
started.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good idea.
I mean, you don't have to be held hostage by this silly URL. My goodness.
Oh yeah, I agree. Well, like I still release like everything we release, like a lot of it, well, like social media is like obvious, like people who follow me on like Instagram and like Facebook and stuff and on the groups, those are like the easy ways to like market it. Like most people don't even bother like clicking on like a URL anymore. It's like, so I could still just do it however like I want, and like the releases all sell out still and stuff like that. So it's like them having that URL is basically whatever. Like it's still the stuff, like the stuff on it is still all the stuff I wrote anyway. So like if I made a new website and like just transferred people over to that, like it would still be fine. I just haven't like done it yet. One day I will though.
So, do you think you'll be releasing some new videos?
Yeah, like Skip Tracer, we did that one. Actually, that one is like we still have copies of that.
That
And
one
that
looked
was,
cool. I saw the trailer for that. That was some kick-ass action.
oh yeah, that movie is so good. And I went to like California and got a commentary with the director and did like an interview with him and everything. And it's like we got it all onto like the tape. So like there's some good special features on there too. And the one that we're working on now that's coming out like very soon, we're like getting toward the final stages of it. And I already like shot all the like extra like interviews and stuff. Is a movie called Corn Shucker. And it's like um a crazy movie. It's basically like a video, like a VHS version, like a shot on video version of Eraserhead, but involving corn. And it's like a crazy, crazy movie. That's amazing. It was like shot in Indiana and like these cornfields, and it's like super weird and like just awesome. So hopefully people dig that one once it comes out.
Nice. And like the others, you're just going to release shot on video.
Well, this I used the word shot on video just to kind of like describe it, because it's like I should have said like more low budget. That one actually is like shot on film. He like,
Okay.
yeah, and like there's like we have like three more planned after that, and like two of them happen to be like shot on video, and then one other one is like on film. So it's like not necessary. I'm just like obscure pretty much. We're just releasing like obscure, low budget, like hard to
Okay.
find movies. It doesn't
Sure.
need to be shot on video. Like it
And are
just needs to
you
be like cool.
also more open to non-horror, like you're doing action? Is it just basically like anything within a low budget exploitation genre?
Oh yeah, like Corn Shucker, I wouldn't describe that as like horror. But then the three releases we have after that are horror. But yeah, it's just like low budget if I like it, or like I would release it. Like there's bigger movies that like I would kill to release, like that aren't out, and maybe one day like somehow I can like negotiate stuff like that. Like there's a movie called Tilt that's great, and it's like all about like pinball, and it like is 70s. And then there's other like random like
Tilt.
non-shot on video.
Tilt isn't the one with Brooke Shields, is it?
Yep. Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh
That
my
movie's,
God. I remember when that came out. I can picture the poster from the newspaper.
I love that movie. I love that's like a whole like subgenre of stuff I love, where it's like stuff that's not important at all is treated like it's the most important thing in the world. like pinball, and like there's a movie like about pool, like shooting pool and foosball, and
Oh,
like
'cause after Rocky, it was like, Rocky in a pinball hall, or
yeah,
Rocky.
exactly. Yeah, it's
Well,
like
how
competition.
about a Sylvester Stallone in Over the Top with arm wrestling?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then there's like Rad with BMX, and then
Right.
there's like Heavenly Bodies is about like an aerobics.
Aerobics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love the whole aerobics subgenre.
Oh, yeah, that's the best. There's a movie I'm looking for that I haven't found that might have been on that list, and it's Pulse Beat, and
Yes,
that
I remember seeing that in the video stores back in the day.
it's like not that rare, but
Is
like
that the one where they're opening like a rival aerobics dance studio?
I don't even well that like I don't even know what I haven't seen it. That's like I know the cover is like the two people standing and the one guy they both have like the guy has his shirt off and it's like arms in the air. They're like dancing and they're wearing like aerobic stuff. And then it's like drawn, like it's a drawn cover. It was like by
Mhm.
Vestron or Lightning. It was like one of those companies. But yeah, I want to see. I know like that it's going to be amazing. I haven't looked up like anything about it though. I just like
S-
vaguely know what it's about.
But see, you could write a whole book just about movies that are about obscure competitions.
Oh, that would be amazing. I wanted to write a book about, I mean, it would be like kind of hard to exact, but like a book of reviews for movies that have no reviews like online anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So like
Mhm.
the whole book is like I'm the first person to review this like publicly anywhere that's like being like that you can find. So it'd just be the most obscure possible stuff out there. And like I would love to do that.
That would be awesome. Okay, let me get through a couple more. I'm sure you've got a lot of these. We don't have to go through all of them, but I want people to hear some of these company names. Okay, two from Falcon Video. Before I Die,
Before I die. Oh yeah, yeah, I got that.
and I think you already mentioned this, Tales for the Midnight Hour.
Oh no, I didn't. I don't have that.
Okay,
Or
that's
wait,
not
do
that
I
made
have
for
that?
TV movie, is it?
No, that's just Midnight Hour. Do I have that Tales? I actually don't know if I have that Tales from the Midnight Hour. The cover's like in my head, and I know it's in a clamshell. I'm not sure. I might have both of those. That's weird that those are on that list even. Like this must be an edited list from what I have screenshotted on my phone too, like a little bit more updated, but still really old.
Okay, Greystone Productions, One Weird Flick.
Oh, I got that this year.
Cool. The Stranger from Ghost Limb.
Yeah, I got that.
Ghost Limb, that's a cool name. Do they put out a lot of stuff?
Yeah, that guy, it's like a director who made like a bunch of movies that are like all like hard to find and weird, and he like put out I there has to be like probably 10 of them, and I
Okay,
only have like one, I think.
okay. Galaxy Girls from MTI.
Yep, I got that like a year or two ago. I was super happy about that.
Sex Bomb from Transcontinental Home Video Corp.
That I need so bad. If anyone has that, like seriously, that I would like I need that. I'll just put it that way. I'd pay a lot.
Okay, this is a scary movie, but not the one we think. Not the
Yeah, I have that.
parody of what was Scary Movie a parody of? It was
Like Scream.
Scream. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's not that one. And it's weird. There's like a decent amount of movies where it's like they made a movie beforehand and it's super low budget, and then like Hollywood made like a movie like that everyone knows. Like there's a movie called Men in Black that was made in like Ohio in like the early 90s. And like then they made Men in Black, and like so it's like impossible to find it because it's like the same title as something super popular, you know?
So it just gets buried in a Google search.
Exactly. It's Scary Movie was so hard to find because of the title, like, and because there's another Scary Movie. So, but I found it though, thank God.
So here's one you specified you would get it if it's cheap, called Alone in the T-shirt Zone.
Yeah, I don't have that. I have had it, but in like bad condition and sold it. It's by like I have the guy's other movie he made. He worked on The Simpsons, and like I can't believe I'm annoyed that the name is like slipping my mind because The Simpsons is like my favorite show. But he made Chameleons, and that's like a more horror movie, like a fun one. But he made two movies, and they're like I need a loaning t-shirts
Aliens,
on.
was that about sexy aliens who came down and impersonated people and seduced people?
I don't know. I watched it and I have no clue what it's about. Like that's the funny. I thought it was like a Gremlins like ripoff kind of,
Oh, okay.
but I could be completely wrong. I remember
You
like
can
popping
never
it on
have
when I got
too
it.
many Gremlins ripoffs. That's its own fun subgenre.
Oh, that's endless. Seriously, endless.
They need to make more of those. They need to make like Ghoulies 19.
Yeah, they did like a Critters. Oh wait, yeah, was it Critters? Yeah, Critters TV show like last year on like Sci-Fi, I think. Like, and it's
Perfect.
in Walmart. Like you can get it in Walmart, so it's like there's still a tiny bit of like people working on stuff like it. But yeah, I agree. There needs to be more.
Here's a genre that's fun. I loved like, the sex comedies of the 80s and 90s, like with Porky's and Police Academy. Then they got into this whole thing of just themed sex comedies, like, put Police Academy in another setting or, and there was one, it was all about people training to like be a manager at like at a McDonald's kind of fast food restaurant.
Damn, I need to see that. Sex comedies is my favorite like genre.
Yeah, and I think it was called Hamburger U.
Oh, okay, I
And this
know there's a movie called Hamburger the movie.
and then that's it, Hamburger the movie. And I think it's
Yeah.
because I think at McDonald's they call their training Hamburger U. So it's kind of like the equivalent of a guy training and then getting his own fast food place and just all the kind of mess up employees, and he has to pull them all together and get the restaurant to work.
Yeah, that's one I have, but I haven't like popped it on yet. But I always want to watch it because there's like one movie I love called Hot Dog the movie, but that's
Oh
about
yes,
like
the
skiing.
skiing. Yep.
Yeah,
It's kind of
love that
like
movie.
Hot Dog the movie in a McDonald's.
Yeah, that's like what I assumed. I need to watch that.
But this one, like a lot of gross out humor, and it just has this it has a charm to it, but a lot of cheap gags and just very juvenile humor.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And sometimes you just need that. You need to just be a teenager again and then just laugh at the gross out jokes.
Yeah, like the three genres that like I go to when like I want to just relax and like completely like know that I'm about to have fun is like sex comedy, slasher, or old Hollywood. Like those are I can watch those at any time and it's like just relaxes me and like I love it. So sex comedy, I have a huge like section in my collection for those, and I'm always after like digging even deeper. Like there's some that are so obscure, and it's crazy because like horror is so popular and so like easy kind of to do like for low budget wise, but like it was super rare when you would get like a guy living in like Indiana to want to make his own like low budget sex comedy. Like so finding those is like amazing anytime you do, because it's a lot harder. You have to get like write comedy instead of like having just a killer say nothing. You have to like get a ton of like actors and do like nudity and like fun hijink type stuff.
Well, the thing about those comedies, they're raunchy on the surface, but deep down they have a lot of heart.
Oh, I agree. That's the best ones all like do, and some of those are in like my favorites. So
So, do you remember this one director? It's funny you mentioned you like the horror and the sex comedies. There was a director named Chuck Vincent. Do you
oh
remember
yeah,
him?
Chuck Vincent. Yeah, he did a
Yeah,
ton of
he did
movies.
porn, and then
Uh-huh.
he actually did a horror movie, and it starred one of his porn actresses, Veronica Hart.
Okay, yep.
And I can't remember what it's called. I'll have to look it up. But
I
then he
probably
also,
have it, but I don't know what it's called.
yeah, and it's like a one word title, I think.
Hmm.
But
I'll
then
look
he went
later.
on in the 80s and made a few kind of, rated R sex comedies, very much like kind of like a cross between Porky's and Revenge of the Nerds. But that whole subgenre, like the college sex comedy, there's
Hmm.
Animal House, but after that, and I think the one he made was called Preppies.
Oh yeah, Preppies. Yeah, I have that.
It wasn't
I
that
see
Chuck
it on my.
Vincent?
I'll get up and look.
I'm thinking, because I think it had, that was at the peak of the preppy era when everyone was wearing the polo shirts and the loafers and the Vorney sunglasses, very Tom Cruise and Risky Business kind of look.
Yeah.
Because
Chuck
those,
Vincent, yep.
okay, preppies.
Dennis Drake, Steve Holt are in it. Yep, preppies.
And then kind of along the line, remember who played Flash Gordon?
Oh yeah, I watched the documentary about him or
Oh,
whatever.
I did too. Sam Jones.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So remember that he made kind of a little sex comedy called My Chauffeur?
Oh yeah, that movie's great. I actually love
Yeah,
that.
that was fun. And that was kind of like there's, in the end, they're wacky, but in the end, he falls in love with the woman and they live happily ever after. But it just had, when you look back at it now, there's such an innocence to those movies.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I agree. And like it's just like a simple plot, like you know what you're going to get in it, and like but it's
Mhm.
just always like entertaining and like he's mentioned it, like the best of them always have like some heart like to it and like
Yeah,
just
so it's like they
fun
learn.
friendship, like lesson learning. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, I have to kind of put away some of my, immaturity. I have to grow up a little bit.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
one
Well,
is kind of like this guilty pleasure. I hope you like it. It's not a sex comedy. It's actually, it wasn't a kids movie either, it um but it had a competition in it, so I think you'd like it. It was Troop Beverly Hills with Shelley Long.
oh yeah, I watched that for the first time like the end of last year and like
Mhm.
I did like that a lot.
It
It's
was
funny
fun.
too. The reason I even like I knew of it and like didn't even think anything of it, like didn't know anything, and like I guess like Kim Kardashian is like a huge fan of that movie, and like
Mhm.
she did some like something about it publicly, and I was like, oh yeah, that movie like exists, and that's like what
Mhm.
reminded me to even like watch it, and like I loved it. It was just a fun little like movie, like
Well, the
entertaining.
80s, the Dynasty era, and this was kind of at the tail end of the 80s. I think it came out in 1990. But that was that whole lifestyles of the rich and famous. And there was just
Mm-hmm.
kind of, this overconsumption and the exaggerated clothing. That was so of that era. And what I loved is, it's kind of like the kind of pampered rich woman having to get her hands dirty and be in this other environment where everyone resents her.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And the scene when she comes to the meeting of the other den mothers, and they all just, and the stern one just hates her on sight.
Oh yeah. Like yeah, they all hate her. That's great.
But in spite of it, she's still going to be herself and she's going to stand up for all the luxurious little touches she wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that type of stuff couldn't even be like done today, like in
Oh, her
those type of
privilege.
movies.
She's just rubbing her privilege in everyone's noses.
Oh yeah, and it's like unapologetic basically too. It's like she's which is like a good thing, but people would think it was like a bad thing nowadays. I feel like she just is exactly the way she is and like doesn't care and like but it
There's an
all just works
innocence
out.
to it because she
Oh, I
doesn't know
agree.
anything else. That's just who she is.
Yeah, it's exactly who she is, and she like just like she like just relates to like the kids and like but stays like pretty much true to like who she is, and like people would probably be annoyed like that she acts all like just rich
Right.
and like
And then her whole lesson, it's so contrived. It's like she can't give up, It's like come hell or come high water, she's gonna stick with those girls and make them into good scouts.
uh-huh, yeah, it's great. That's the type of stuff I love.
Well, that was also the era of like Karate Kid,
Which I
you know,
love.
and I think all these coming of age stories, which seems so innocent now, looking back at so many of those.
Yeah, coming of age movies, that's like up there with the best, like my favorite stuff. That's I'm always wanting to watch those type of movies.
You could say, in a way, that a lot of these teen horror movies are kind of like an exaggerated coming of age film.
Yeah, I want like the most perfect blend of something would be like something like a coming of age movie that like just is a horror movie too at the same time, which there are like different examples of that, but like still, like I want like
It's
Stand
like
By.
whoever survives the movie at the end, they've kind of come of age. They've lost their innocence,
Mm-hmm.
and they
True.
have to kind of move forward, from teenage to like traumatized adult.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. It's like if
How,
Stand By Me was a little bit more horror, like, and that's
right.
like what I would
Well,
love.
how about this for blending two movies together? How about Troop Beverly Hills, meets, Friday the 13th? What if they just make, when they go out camping, suddenly they're at Camp Crystal Lake?
That would be incredible. Yeah, I want like yeah, this that would be a perfect blend. I want like a sex comedy. It should be like a sex comedy for like 60 minutes and then like 30 minutes of a slasher. And like it would be like heaven for me. Like it would
Well,
just be
how
the
about
most perfect.
Revenge of the Nerds? But then, midway through, they throw in a slasher.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the best of the best slashers is when like you have fun with the characters and it's like all fun and games and then like the killing starts. Like if the movie starts and it's like just boring and none of the characters are exciting, you don't care about like their relationships and if they like hook up or anything like that, then normally those are just forgettable slashers that don't matter. But when you get that perfect blend of like wanting like these two characters to like wanting the nerd to actually get with the girl and like there being like fun nudity and like hijinks and just like random stuff and then you bring in like a Jason, that's the best. There's actually
Now,
a
has
movie
this already been done with Killer Nerd?
oh yeah, Killer Nerd. I actually haven't watched it but I own it, and there's like a sequel to Bride of the
Right.
Killer Nerd.
Now, are those valuable? Because I used to see those back in the day in the stores all the time.
Uh-huh. Yep, both of those. Yeah, it's like over 100 like dollar tape,
Now,
like
here's
both of those.
something. Remember Russ Meyer?
Oh
Russ
yeah,
Meyer.
Russ Meyer. Yeah, I love Russ Meyer.
So his stuff, and I learned this. I actually met him once before he died, which is a whole nother story. This is all about you, Dan, not about me. But sometimes we'll talk off microphone. But Russ Meyer, one thing I learned about him is he distributed all his own movies. So back in the day when they were all just strictly on VHS, okay, pre-DVD, you could only order them through him. He used no distributor, and he was very tight on cracking down on
Mm-hmm.
stores who claimed, they had copies, and he could tell, they did not order them from him. Those aren't true copies. He was one of those rare filmmakers that just retained all those home video rights.
Yeah, that's like I find those occasionally, and he did like every type of release too. Is like some are like the cardboard slipcases, and then a lot of them, the majority of them, are in like the medium size like rental clamshells, and then like I'll find ones that are in like the big clams too that are like enclosed like. And he did beta too. Like he did, I forget
Oh
the
wow.
company name. It might be like I could be Bossa Nova. I forget the name honestly of what he released them like under, but yeah, it was always like his.
Hmm.
They were always red, like the red,
Right, the
like
red ones, yeah.
yeah.
I
The only
totally.
one that got it was like Beyond the Valley of the Dolls was the only one that like
Is that a Paramount release?
yeah, that one got like all like official stuff, which I mean it's
Because that was
understandable.
produced by the studio.
Yeah, I just rewatched that like in great quality. I showed my girlfriend
Good
I love that
music.
movie.
Didn't you
Oh
love
yeah,
the music
good.
parts?
Yeah, the whole movie's a masterpiece, and yeah, I agree. The music's great. Like, I
Okay,
love that.
here's something that never works: musical horror.
Oh yeah, music. That's funny you mentioned that. There's two that you should watch that are like shot on video, and I love them. One is what is it?
Not the musical camp one.
Nudist Colony of the Dead.
Oh, Nudist, I've seen that. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
back in the day. That was we really loved that because that was the indie, low budge. I think that was Super 8 film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, that got a lot of press, and that was like a revelation. Who made that again? I forget.
Piro, Mark or whatever.
That's
Piro.
right.
He all
Pierrot Studios.
Yeah, his stuff is so like all of it's good. I like it all. Like
Did
he's
he
great.
follow that up with Curse of the Queer Wolf? Was that him?
Yep, Curse the Queer Wolf, Death
Okay.
Row Game Show,
Game show.
Polish Vampire in Burbank.
Great
Uh,
title.
my mom or my stepmom is a werewolf. I forget. I think it's my mom's a werewolf. He wrote that one. I
Okay.
forget what else he made.
Because wasn't Death Row Game Show the bigger budget with another studio that his earlier ones kind of got their attention, and that was kind of his big break movie?
Well, yeah, I think it's like, well, I watched it and it did seem like it had a bigger budget and is like more popular. I know like the VHS is super popular. Um, and then like some of the other stuff that he did is like way harder to find. So like that probably was. I know it has a Blu-ray now, the Death Row Game Show. That's a fun one.
But see, when all this was happening back then, and this is pre-internet, so you just found out about this stuff in the backs of magazines or in a review or an interview. But like when stuff like that was coming out, Nudist Colony of the Dead, that's when, oh my God, what's the one called? The Cannibal, the musical with the South Park guys.
Yeah, I love that one too. Forgot about that, and that's like a good one that like.
Musical, but that was in that era of anyone, it seems like, could have been discovered like that. It was kind of like, why did lightning strike for the South Park guys? Because a lot of people were doing stuff like that back then. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
they had a lot of talent, and even back then could write songs and do humor. But again, I don't think anyone back then would have thought out of that crop of indie stuff, oh, these are the ones that are going to become insanely successful and insanely rich, 20
Mm-hmm.
years later.
Yeah, it was just the perfect timing. Like it could have been like a lot of people, but obviously they are probably the like most talented, and like Cannibal the Musical is of that style movie probably like the
Right.
best one, but like yeah, it could have happened with like anyone. It was all like perfect timing for them.
So our original Trauma VHS collectible.
Like a original like, so like when Trauma started like releasing stuff themselves, a
Yeah.
lot of those aren't really like collectible because they're like later releases. But when you find like the original releases, so it'd be like Lightning released it, but then it'll have like the Trauma logo on it, or like Media released it and have the Trauma logo on it. Those are like all worth money. Um, It'd be
Okay.
like Girl School Screamers and Blades, Toxic Avenger, obviously, like all the OG releases, but then later on, the stuff that they like re-release themselves with their like company is all
Hmm.
like $10 range. Some of it's a little bit more.
So in the same list you had mentioned just companies you're after, I'm going to list them real quickly, and you tell me if they have still retained their collectible value.
Okay.
Air Video,
Yep. Yeah.
Val- Valley Star Productions,
Oh yeah.
and we talked about Premier Entertainment,
Uh-huh.
Hollywood Home Entertainment,
Uh-huh. Yep.
not to be confused with Hollywood Home Theater,
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
IPV,
Yeah. And that, yep, I got all those.
Twilight Home,
Yeah. Twilight, that's like Canadian. They're
uh,
like rare.
V2V,
V2V, got all those. They're super collectible.
now AVEC,
Oh yeah, I finally got all those, and they're so collectible. Like everyone wants that.
now Wizard. Everyone knows Wizard because I think you really featured that in the documentary.
And it's funny too. Like after that is like when like Charles Band discovered like the warehouse full of like old Wizard tapes, but they ended up he was lying and he was like making new ones, and everyone got annoyed. So now
Oh,
they're like way less collectible because it's like he recreated the old ones to make like to look exactly the same. So like the value went like way down, but
I've heard of that. Uh-oh.
yeah, but like what? So basically, he was like selling bootlegs of movies he didn't even own the rights to. Like,
Oh
but
my God.
it's like funny though. This
Quite
classic like
the
Charles Band
scandal
style.
in the community.
Yeah, I know. Everyone like people still talk about it. He still sells them. Like he goes to conventions and sells them like dirt cheap too.
How about Astral, the
Oh
label?
yeah, well that's weird that it's on my. I don't really like Astral for me. Like, but like they're
But if you could
super
find
collectible.
a copy of their Line of Fire.
Oh, Line of Fire. Yeah, I got that last year. There's like Astral, the ones that are like everyone worships and that are super collectible is like the early stuff. Um, that was released in like these clamshells and like these old slipcases. They're Canadian and it's like a lot of like basic movies in my opinion. It's like Texas Chainsaw and like Hills Have Eyes and like Halloween. Um, and I'm not like too into that, but like those go for a ton. But then they did like later slipcases of like some really like ultra obscure stuff, and Line of Fire is like one of those. They also did like Dragula, and it's like a vampire like drag queen movie that's like super rare.
Well, that's kind of ahead of its time since the Dragula reality shows.
Oh, I
Uh,
didn't even know about. Oh, you like I didn't.
there is one
Well,
now. It's kind of like RuPaul's Drag Race, except with horror drag queens.
what? Oh, I didn't know about that. I love RuPaul, like, but I
I,
haven't seen the
I
horror
think it's
version.
on either Netflix or Amazon. Yeah, check it out.
Oh yeah, I need to. That's cool.
Okay, here's one that I've seen, and I remember seeing it in stores, but I think he sent me a copy. It was Scarlet Fry's Horrorama.
Oh, really? I got that, and it's so rare. If you if you still somehow have
I
your
think I
copy.
used to have a copy and I got rid of it like back in the 20 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I could easily like if a real, well, I got like a real one. If I were to sell it, like I could easily get over 1,000 for it. Like it's
You're
so
kidding.
rare. No, it's so rare. Like,
Oh my God. Because I met Scarlet Fry and I knew a mutual acquaintance, and they, I think, did a cameo in Horrorama. And so, yeah, that was kind of cool. That was part of, I think, when did that come out? Like in the 90s?
I don't know. I thought it was like 89 or 90 or
Okay, that sounds
91 or
about right. So
something.
he was an early kind of guy in this whole game.
Yeah, it's crazy like hearing this list like and a ton of these that you've mentioned were on my list in like 2011 and I just got them like this year or last year like so it's like insane how long it
Finally.
yeah.
Well, I love how you say any Halloween or haunted house tapes.
Yeah, those I'm always on the lookout. Like there's so many cool ones and I have a ton, but like I like weird like Halloween related tapes and like people making haunted houses and weird stuff like that.
Let's see, 4 legacy home video ones right here. Island of Lost Realities, Desperation Rising, Love in Leather Pants, and Deadly Fury.
Hmm. I know I got some of those. I know the leather in like whatever that leather one. Somebody has it right now, and I think I'm like gonna work out a trade with them. Those ones aren't like high priorities. I know I got two of them, and I think I need two. I think I need Desperation Rising and the leather one still.
Well, this is amazing. I think people just hearing all this stuff you've given them, and an encyclopedia's worth of information, if not at least a community college night course's worth.
Nice.
But I'm going to give you the last word here in a minute and to plug what you're doing and hopefully give us a sneak peek in what's coming up. Maybe, hopefully, a sequel to Adjust Your Tracking. But,
Mm.
um, when I first discovered you, hearing you at Scarecrow and going to your website, one thing that really struck me, you did interviews, and it was so fun to hear the people that you actually picked for interviews. But you interviewed Kevin Glover, and you had this love for his movie Venus Flytrap.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that. That was from a few years ago. I first read that, and I thought that'd be so cool to meet Kevin Glover because I remember seeing his movie Love Bites back in the day. I actually saw Venus Flytrap even before that. I remember seeing it on the shelves at the video stores back in the day, thinking
Mm-hmm.
nothing of it. Now realizing it's a little harder to find. And it came full circle. And I finally got in touch with him. He actually moved up to the Northwest, and I'm going to be screening one of his films next month at an event. And so I remember when we were talking, I said, "Oh, I mean, I first kind of, learned more about you through Dan Kinem's interview with you. So
Oh,
probably
nice.
your ears were burning recently when I was talking. So it's like
Nice.
you do bring people together, and even though you think you write this little interview posted on your website, people do read these, and sometimes it does inspire them to seek these people out.
That's awesome. I'm really glad about that.
Yeah. So you had a little hand in that, and it just kind of made me a little jealous of how did Dan get through to him? Because I always think that I'm good at getting through to people, and to save my life, I couldn't. So you scooped me on Kevin Glover.
Yeah, he was super hard to find, actually. I forget how I even found him, like, back then. And, like, my techniques of, like, finding people have, like, changed completely. Like, I probably could have found him a lot easier now, but, like, yeah, back then, like, it was really difficult, and I was so happy when he finally, like, responded to me. I was like, "Oh, thank God."
Yeah, because now he has more of a website for his comic books. And
Mhm.
well, so since you are such a good interviewer, when I do a Q&A with him next month after we show his film, give me a question you've never asked him before that I can ask him.
Okay. You want me to, like, come up with one right now or just send it to you later?
No, right now on the spot.
Okay. Well,
Because we never get a second chance to interview someone, so this is like knowing so much more that you know now. What would you ask him if you had the chance?
there's a tape that he did. I'm gonna grab it right now just so I know exactly what it is. It is so rare, and I did not bring it up, and it's like I don't even think I had it yet, but it's okay, it's a tape. They came from fandom. Did he mention that? Or have you heard of that?
When he was like a producer on, because besides acting and writing, he did several behind the scenes things. Like his biggest thing was Dinosaur Valley Girls that he helped produce.
Oh, okay. Dinosaur. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I know that.
And part of
Yeah.
the story is he also ran a video editing facility down in LA, I think back in the 90s. So he had his hand in a lot of pots, but he also helped with another, I think, horror related documentary.
Yeah, that might be this then.
Yeah,
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 it says a Kevin
that's
Glover production.
yep, that's him. So did you want to ask him a question related to that?
Oh yeah, well, I want to know. Well, I want to know a lot about it, but I would guess like he was so ahead of his time, like because it also like talks to like comic book creators. It's like a mix of like horror people and comic book creators, and I wanted to know like how he even had access to like half the people he talked to. It's like back then, like Joe Dante and like actually like bigger name people. I want to like him to kind of dig deep into that like story of how that came about and like why it's not more popular than it is. I've seriously never seen anyone else with a copy. Like, did it? What happened with the distribution of it? Like, what's
Hmm.
up with it? Just in general, like, I feel like if you would have like pushed it hard, like it could have been a lot bigger. And even nowadays, it would be a lot bigger because it's like rare interviews with like people that are still super famous and super like loved today, and mixing comic books and horror, which is ahead of its time. Like, I feel like I want to know more about that and what happened with it.
Okay, I'll find a succinctful way to put that into one sentence and ask him.
Okay, perfect.
No, he's fun to talk to. I've talked to him at length, and he's so knowledgeable. And I don't know if you know, but I think just last month a company did it's like almost like a 30th anniversary, 30 something give or take years since his movie Love Bites came out, which
Hmm.
Kevin wrote and starred in. And the DVD extras, there is audio commentary with Kevin and David Dakota, and it is brilliant. I
Oh, I need to listen to that. I know
it's one
the
of,
release.
oh, this is one of the best really DVD extras I've heard where there's an audio commentary. And what's so cool is Kevin knows so much just from his proximity back in the day being in LA, but David Dakota knows everything and everyone.
Oh yeah, he's god level of as far as that like comes to. He knows everything. Like he
Oh
would be
my,
amazing to do just like a straight up documentary on him, and like
yeah.
I would probably learn and find out about movies, like, and so many people I never heard of and like need to like track down. Like he's had his
Yeah.
finger in so much different like
He's
crazy ass
and he
shit.
can recall it so quickly.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I need to listen to that commentary. I need to get that release. I know what it is though. I'll grab it
Yeah.
ASAP.
Well, he should have his own podcast. He knows everything. So, well, one thing I was going to also add, because I know you especially love Venus Flytrap, so which came out before Love Bites. So,
Mm-hmm.
Venus Flytrap was directed by the same guy, Marvin Jones, who did Love Bites direct. But also in Venus Flytrap, one of the main actors, Steve Malis, he played kind of the thuggish guy in it,
Mm-hmm.
and Kevin played the preppy guy, and
Mm-hmm.
Malis was more of the angry guy. But what's interesting is I did a video convention in LA back in the 90s. I think it was in 95. And I shared a table with Marvin Jones and Steve Malis. So
Really? That's
it's such a
insane.
small world at that time. So I kind of knew
Yes.
Kevin Glover. I was like 1 or 2 degrees of separation from him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And for some reason, I had seen Venus Flytrap, but I really didn't talk to Marvin about it. It was one of those things where I was coming from out of town. They lived, in that LA area. And I said, "Hey, I'm going to go to this. Do you want to, share a table and blah, blah, blah." And we did it. And when one of us was manning the table, the other would be out walking the rest of the convention because it's so huge. It's a 4-day thing and it's just massive. It
Mm-hmm.
takes 4 days just to walk. But I remember that I saw Full Moon there in their booth, and I think Aristocal Entertainment.
Nice.
And it was just such an interesting era, and I connect Marvin Jones with that, and just that 1995 where home video seemed like anything is possible, and finally the indies were getting their shot at it. It's just a very exciting time.
That's great. Yeah, I agree. Like,
Yeah,
so
but I
cool.
just had to throw that out because I know you love Venus Flytrap, and
Mm-hmm. I love
I
Love Bites too. Both like they're great.
yeah, and
Super
Marvin was
fun.
great. He was so kind and have very good memories of him. So anyways, enough about me. We're going to wrap this up with, first of all, where can people go now to find anything about you, or if they have one of these prize titles, how can they contact you?
VHShitfest on Instagram. Message me on there. That's like super easy. I'm on there like every day. Or add me on Facebook and shoot me a message. Like I check that all the time. And if you want to get something like a product, adjustyourtracking.com. There's a store and we still have copies of Adjust Your Tracking, where we'll always have copies of that. And there's still copies of Skip Tracer available on there. And when we release Corn Shucker, that's going to happen hopefully maybe by Christmas, who knows, but like definitely in the next like 2 or 3 months. When we have copies of that, it'll be available on there, and I'll announce that on my social media too. So
And to give a shout out to some of your collaborators, because I know you like to do that. You're so much, the face of Adjust Your Tracking, but you made that with Levi Paratic.
yep,
So
one of
what's
my
he
good
doing
friends.
nowadays? Does he still do some kind of more technical behind the scenes for your projects?
Oh yeah, he's like every time like he's the one like I filmed all the like interview footage with like the director of the releases we did, and like I sent it to him. I'm like edit all this like, and he's working on like the DVD menus, like he knows how to do all that stuff. Like I don't know how to do like any of that. And we still like talk all the time. Like he texted me today with like a list of stuff I need to do like and send him, and like it pretty much 90% of the year he's like traveling, like I mentioned before, in like an RV with his wife. But like that 10% that he's like in the area, we hang out and work on different projects like together. And then when he's gone, he works on them. Like we just do it through text and stuff.
Does he ever say, "Hey Dan, let's make a sequel to Adjust Your Tracking"?
We have discussed that. We were like thinking for the 10th anniversary, there's like a like something could happen with that, like at least like an updated like update everyone, maybe like something, but there's so much that's happened since then, and like so many new collectors and like crazy stuff that's happened with VHS that we could do like a whole feature that like combines like an update and like the stuff that's happened since then, and maybe we'll do like a release that like combines everything, because I mean it would be cool to do a 10th anniversary release of stuff, and maybe like include extra footage and stuff that we never included, and do some
Oh, cool.
travel and do some new interviews with people, see what's happened since like we talked to them last.
So how much interview footage do you have that did not end up in the finished?
Oh, so much. Like there was so much that like we put on the DVD as like special features, and then like the stuff that we couldn't include was a ton of stuff. We interviewed over 100 people for it, and
I would watch more of those interviews because on the DVD, I watched all those extra interviews and I loved
oh,
them. I
nice.
couldn't get enough. I mean, I could watch hours of that.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. And there's probably a ton more like great things. I haven't watched them in so long. Like there's so much that like we loved, but like that just didn't fit in the movie. And then we were also working with DVD, so there was like a limited amount of space on the DVD too. So it's like if we like did a bigger set or did like a Blu-ray set or whatever, like we'd have a lot more space to work with and like include a lot more like interviews and stuff. So maybe we'll do like a Blu-ray, like 2 disc. Like one has the original movie with like all the like footage that we want to include that we didn't include last time, and then like a second disc of like a sequel or like an updated version or something. In
Oh
like a
yeah.
year or two. In like a year or two, we'll like start discussing that more, because I think we got like 3 years until like the 10th anniversary, so we still have some
It's
time.
coming up fast.
I know, yeah. Well, with like COVID and stuff, like we couldn't even be like doing the stuff, like getting interviews and stuff right now is a lot more difficult. But hopefully by like the end of next year, maybe like things will be more back to normal. So,
So remember that documentary Super Size Me?
yep.
And that created so many opportunities for that guy, and he got wooed by Hollywood. And I think he had his own show, maybe a couple shows, and
Mm-hmm.
made some more documentaries. When Adjust Your Tracking came out, did you think similar things would happen for you? Were you approached by, bigger entities like TV or production companies to do some work?
Well, I definitely didn't think anything big would happen. Like in regard, like I just like when we set out making it, I knew like it would have an audience and like hoped that people would be into it. But I like just made it because I felt like it needed to be made, and like just hoped for the best. But once it was done, and I like realized that like more people were interested than I like anticipated, and it was like a lot easier to like market and like sell than I realized, then it like opened stuff up, and like people reached out. Like have done a bunch of stuff with like Shout Factory. Like Adjuster Tracking is on there for free to watch like right now, but we've like been a part of their like VHS, they have like a channel online, and like they did a whole VHS theme. We were a part of that. And like we released like um Rock of Fire Explosion. That's like another documentary that I really like. It's like by the people who did the documentary on Glow. Like that's on Netflix. Like, and like we got to do a VHS with them, and like tons of different like festivals and like different releases, and just been involved in tons of stuff. But as far as like a sequel or like a TV show or anything, like I feel like maybe like we could have, if we pushed it and like kind of shot some stuff to show people what like a TV show could have been. Because like people, like when we were selling stuff, we would get like orders from like bigger companies, and like talk like Sci-Fi Channel like wanted a copy, and like Shutter, like all these like horror companies and like different like TV stations
Shudder.
and
That's where I'd see you being a good fit to make Adjust Your Tracking the series. I could
oh
totally
yeah.
see you on there.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, that would be awesome. Maybe like, well, it's like though there's so much work. Like that's the only like thing. It's like
But at that
that's
level, you'd probably get a little more help.
true. Yeah, very true. Yeah, just like I still have like night terrors thinking about how much like work like and hours went into like making the first one. That's probably why like I
Yeah.
haven't like done anything since then. It's like I
It's a
want to,
special
but
kind of PTSD you have from just the sheer
uh-huh.
amount of work it was.
Oh yeah, and like I was like a full-time college student too, like while editing it, like it was insane. Like once in a while I'll catch like a bug that makes me like be like, okay, yeah, I should like make another movie right now or do something. So I have like a lot of ideas and like have discussed with people, but yeah, I was actually like talking with somebody from Shudder about like something completely unrelated that they like needed for the Joe Bob Briggs like thing
Hmm.
from me because he was going to do something. So who knows? Maybe anything's possible. So maybe one day, maybe if we start working on the sequel, I can show that footage to somebody or like send it around and they'll, maybe something will happen with that.
Now, the other collaborator that you have on VHShitfest, Tim May.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's he up to nowadays?
Well, pretty much like he went back to school to get like his master's and he's like wants to like teach and like we still once it like I still talk to him all the time. He still lives like close by me and like where we're from and like we're still friends, but he doesn't do as much like film related stuff and like video stuff as like he used to. Like pretty much anytime we hang out, we just like go see movies and like just talk about like music and like rap and like just hang out. Like he's not like super involved in like any film production or anything.
And your girlfriend, what does she think of your obsession with horror on VHS?
Oh, she loves it. Well, the only like I guess when I spend a ton of money, that's the only time she's like, hmm. But then when she sees but when she sees the amount like I make off like selling stuff, like then she knows like okay, yeah, she trusts that I always know what I'm doing. Like I basically was able to turn like the collection into like I never spend any like I make so much money off of like VHS that I when I buy something it's like I can just sell some other stuff and like
Mhm.
justify the purchase, so it's like just it supports itself pretty much.
You have a good eye for investing in VHS.
Oh yeah, thank you. I wish like there's certain things that like I wish I would have just got a warehouse and kept like all the tapes I ever had because prices just continue like going up and up. Like it's
Mhm.
crazy. Like
Wow. And how important is it to have a significant other that likes horror just as much as you do?
oh, it's the best. Like it's like so good to be able to just watch like some super obscure like foreign movie or like some really really terrible looking horror movie that she's like but otherwise like she's always like on board with digging like and trying to find like cool and interesting movies and that like pretty much it everything's like perfect like right now like as far as that goes with like relationship and like collecting like I've just been able to like sit at my house because everyone else is sitting at their house, but I can like sell stuff and like work on finding rare movies. Like I just use the internet to like find the rarest, craziest stuff I can, and like it's been great.
When's the last time the two of you sat down and watched Pieces together?
Pete, wow, that's weird that you mentioned that. I guess it was like we actually watched it together like 3 years ago. Like
Oh
that was
my
the
God.
first time. That was the first time I had seen it too.
Isn't that like the best first date movie?
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, my
I
one
I
friend
just
just watched it.
I love that movie. What is it about that?
I don't know. Well, like the ending is ridiculous and amazing, and just like it's a good, just straight up good, well made slasher with like good effects and a crazy ending that's super just random.
I read online that Linda Day George lives not too far from the area where I live, like maybe an hour away.
Oh, well,
And
you're
I
fine.
wanted to get her to appear at a horror film event that I was putting on, just so I could hear her do her bastard line.
Oh, that would be so good. I feel like everyone would be into that too and love it because that movie's so popular and loved.
I I heard her on a podcast, I think, this past year, and what I loved, she had such a sense of humor about that and loved talking about the film just unapologetically. She just had, I think, just the perfect tone for an actor, remembering back at that. It just sounds like she had fun. And I think the interviewer even had her do the line, bastard, bastard.
So
And
good.
I thought, why can't more people, especially ones who had more legitimate careers who end up doing horror, that they
Hmm.
can't just let their hair down and say, yeah, I'm glad I did this fun thing. It wasn't network TV or what I was used to, but I had fun doing that.
Yeah, most like they should be like as thankful. Like anyone who did a popular horror movie basically has like a career the rest of their life because horror fans are so like passionate about it. They can just do conventions forever. Like if you were in like Friday the 13th Part 6, like you're good. Like you
You're
just
good.
like you sign autographs forever and get to travel the country and meet people who like worship you for being like in a horror movie because that's just how like horror fans are. They're so like passionate and like supportive. So like anyone who like shies away from like their past of being in a horror movie always is like a little weird to me because it's like just accept the
Because they
love
have,
that
they
you're
have the
getting.
best fan base that's so loyal and will love them forever.
Yeah, it's like there's certain like bigger name people that like hate that they did horror early on. It's like you don't have fans like Renee Zellweger, for example, in like Texas Chainsaw. It's like
Oh,
you
yeah.
would get more. She hates like that she was in that. Like you would get more love and support if you like embraced it than like trying to act like you are embarrassed of it. Like it's
Well, when they
stupid.
do these Friday the 13th reunions and Kevin Bacon doesn't show up, shouldn't he just once in his life bite the bullet and just show up for one of those?
Oh yeah, it's so stupid that he's never done like a like interview on any of the documentaries and never done anything. It'd be like the biggest deal ever. And
Hmm.
you don't even do I don't even know what he does right now. He might as well just and like no one thinks that Friday everyone at least like respects Friday the 13th to some degree like as being at least decent. Even the most like hardcore like snobs are like, okay, well that's a I mean, it's like respected, so why not do an interview? Like maybe 20 years ago or 30 years ago, like it was a little bit embarrassing, but at this point, like
What do you got to
you're
lose? I mean,
yeah,
come on.
you're
He had the coolest kill in the movie.
oh yeah, it's the best kill. And like Jamie Lee Curtis did it and she charged like $1 billion per autograph, probably made so much money. Like because it's so rare of an appearance when she's doing like for somebody like that to do a horror convention. It's like if Kevin Bacon did like a big
But,
horror convention, he would
but you know
be
what's so funny? He's gone on to willingly do big horror movies after being a big star.
true.
Because
Very
he did
true.
that Invisible Man, but then he also did that one,
Stir of Echoes.
yes, Stir of Echoes.
Yep. And that's an underrated that was like a good movie. I actually like that. So
Yeah, so it's not as if he's shied away from horror after that.
yeah, like people like if he did a horror convention, it's yeah, like Friday the 13th fans, but there'll be like Stir of Echoes fans there too. So it's like you did more than one horror movie, you should just be like, okay. But I think like people like that just don't understand and like refuse to even like like come close to like understanding it. They're just like so past it and like beyond it. It's like they don't care. Even if somebody explained to them like you could make so much money if you did one convention, he's just like, nah. It's like whatever. So who knows?
Well, at this point, I think he should throw a bone to his fans.
I agree.
So, as we start to wrap up here, who would you like to, like, if you move forward with Tape Mold, who are just your dream people you could track down and interview? Like, who would be your inaugural issue of the relaunched Tape Mold Zine? Who would be your dream guests and interviews?
Oof, man, there's so many like there's like a lot that I don't even want to say because certain things I need to keep like to myself, just like especially when there's like movies I'm looking for, because if I start like saying it, then other people might start looking and this, but
I know.
like,
And the other thing, if you put it out there and then they say no, it is so crushing.
oh yeah, obviously there's ones that I know would never in a million years happen, but I would love to like interview Tracy Lords and
Oh,
like
yeah.
do the
She
most
might.
in-depth. There's so much. We don't even need to do any porn related stuff. I could
I
just
think
start.
she might do it because I think she's a good sport and she embraces the fun of her career. I'd say you have a really good shot at that.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And I would just go in depth on like all these random ass movies she did because I've like
Dan,
seen.
I want you to lead with, "Hi, I'm Dan Kinem, maker of Adjust Your Tracking." Lead with that first.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good
And
idea.
you'll kind of woo her in. So you gotta lead with your strength here.
Yeah. All right. I'll try that.
You know what you should do is bring up, I think it was right around 1999, 2000. Remember that techno album she put out?
Oh yeah. Yeah. She loves that. Like if I acted like I
Bring
like
that up. And they used some of that. I don't know if it was just one song or what, but it was in that movie.
Mortal Kombat.
Was it Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, she has like like one of the most popular songs like
Okay.
from Mortal Kombat movie, and like I was blown away like forever ago when I found out it was her. I was like, what? But yeah, and like she was in Blade. She's been in like a bunch of stuff. There was like one movie that had a song from her, I think, in it, and it had Denzel Washington in it. It was like a space movie or something. I don't know.
Oh my
I
God.
I watched it. She was in it for 1 second too. Like,
It's like love theme from the Denzel Washington space movie.
yeah, I can't believe I can't remember the name of it. Whatever.
She was in
Something.
a guilty pleasure. Zach and Miri make a porno.
Oh, I love that movie so
I did.
much.
That's the one that actually turned me on to Kevin Smith, where I go, wow, this guy's funny. And that's one where I can rewatch that twice a year.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh my God. The audition sequence it was fun, but Justin Long was so good in that.
Oh, he's killed it. He's hilarious. Like,
Oh my God. I think you can see like, didn't they put like extras on with that, some of their cut scenes?
oh yeah, he did. Yeah, there's like a million different takes where he would just like record like
Hmm.
different lines each time, and so everyone's hilarious. I like watch that often, and I watch all the special features often too. Like, I love that movie.
Oh my God. So then, so keep hush hush just so you can get these interviews. Okay. Understand that. Then are you gonna write a book?
Well, I would love to, and like maybe like I'll start by just recording all the like crazy stories I have, and just like it'll be about like traveling and like going to the video stores, and like because seriously there's endless. Every time I get back from, I'll do like month-long trips, and when I like come back, I'll like tell my parents all the stories, and like every time my dad's like, you need to write that down, like you need to write that down, because like
Hmm?
so much happens. But that would be a cool book to write. Also just like a tape mold book, like I said, is in the works like now. So like that should happen, and I'm gonna like add new stuff to that. So that'll be cool.
And then I guess the final question would be, with this big brain of big movie knowledge, what do you think of the current state of new movies coming out right now?
Um, like it's good. I feel like every year. Also, well, I do feel like with like Netflix and like those all the like accessibility for everyone, it's like making it a little bit easier for like higher level movies to years. It's like stuff that would not have been as popular is like getting a lot more popular now, like Parasite, Roma, like stuff like that. That's like people are giving it a chance because it's based to them, it's free because it's online, like you can just watch it. So it's like stuff that no one ever would have checked out. So I think like companies like Netflix are experimenting a little bit more, getting like foreign films and like digging a little deeper to like get the festival stuff that like might not have come anywhere near us back in the day, like, and giving people the opportunity to see it. I think every year there's good movies, like, for a while, of like, not necessarily horror though. I love horror in general, but like newer horror, I watch it, but I don't think like it's that good. I just watch it for the hell of it. I don't even know why. But like just interesting stuff like Florida Project was a masterpiece, Irishman, like there's so many good movies, like, from the past like 5 years, Parasite, like I mentioned. So I like it. I think like it's a bad thing with like Netflix because it's in some ways, but overall, I would say it's like a positive thing because it's just like they need more movies to fill the thing. And when they put something interesting and cool on there and people start watching it, it get word of mouth and popular, like it becomes popular, like stuff that never would have in the past. So I also like all the documentaries that like people are doing. Like it allows people to go way more in depth with like certain topics. So like some of those end up being like my absolute favorite movies of the year. Like
Like the
that.
Richard Stanley documentary.
And like I love the Last Dance, like the Jordan documentary, like was so good. And like certain crime ones that have come out recently have been like insane. So yeah, I like it.
So, to the potential people that you want to interview, at the off chance they're listening to this, this is your one chance to tell people, hey, you had a site, VHShitfest. Yet it's kind of ironic because you actually love these movies. This is your chance.
Mm-hmm.
Just spill it out. Tell these people right now, these filmmakers, how you actually love and appreciate these movies and how, you want to help them, find a new audience to appreciate what they put their heart and soul into.
Oh yeah. Well, if any like filmmakers are listening, even if you made like a movie with your friends back in the day and you think it's trash and you don't care about it and it's in a box like collecting dust, like that's the kind of stuff I love. I love because I can relate. It's these passion projects, it's taking all your time and effort, and even if you just set like a weekend aside to make a movie or you took 3 years to make a movie, like it's just that passion, it oozes out of all these movies that I try and collect and find. Like no matter how bad or how good or like how technically well made the movie is, I still love finding them, love watching them. I see myself in them, and like I just get so much enjoyment from finding these movies and watching them because it's like just reminds me of my passion for film. You have to be passionate for film in order to even attempt to make one. So like if you have anything like that, reach out to me. If you want to just talk about movies, I can talk about movies endlessly. VHS, if you owned a video store, have anything like that, like trust me, it's going to a good home if we work out a deal or if you talk to me about it and we can discuss, you know, maybe possibly releasing something you did or just talking about doing an interview or anything like that. So definitely hit me up on any social media. I have VHShitfest on Instagram, Dan Kinem on Facebook. So yeah.
His name is Dan Kinem, and he is quite possibly the smartest film buff I've ever talked to.
Oh, wow. That's high praise. Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you being on the show, and I'm expecting big things from you this next year. And COVID or not, I want to see some good stuff come out of you.
Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it.